beginning, the shoot and the shit, the jibber jab, the stuff that we do before a show. Well, before you would actually start playing at your table. Hi, everybody. I haven't seen most of you in like a week. Well, except for Drew. How we doing?
Saw him yesterday.
Yeah, I saw him yesterday.
Yeah.
Let me know if the music's too loud on stream. I'll turn it down. Pretty good? Oh,
yeah, it's fine.
Sounds fine to me.
All right, so let's I guess for those who didn't know, we did Fenrir Rising yesterday. That was a fucking riot. We had Perception Studio on with Cucumber, which was crazy. I had a blast. I have done more gaming in the last 3 weeks than I think I do in most years.
That's a lot of gaming.
That's a lot.
It's fucking nuts.
That is a lot of
yeah.
gaming.
Yeah, because it was, hey, thanks for the new follow. I don't know who that was. Who was that?
I didn't catch it.
I can see it.
Cosmo.
Thank you, Cosmo. But yeah, we man, it was crazy. Like, absolutely crazy. Fenrir is like running a car at like 9,000 RPMs for 2 hours straight. Yes, that was another speed reference.
Or a slow acceleration from 50 to 95
Hey, Cosmo.
throughout 2 hours.
Yeah, exactly. So we are in intermission. Before we dive into our first topic intro. Before we dive into our first topic, stream loot cards. We're trying to hit our goal tonight. I have it down below. It should say 300 to 500. We are trying to hit partner, and then I'm going to unlock the new tier 2 cards, which there's some cool stuff, like new ways to use hero points, the town hall upgrade. There is a rebuild city blocks card that's getting added. There is a designer retinue card, because we need new retinue to hunt Oliver. And then there.
What?
Yep. And then
Are you aggroed? Because I think she can handle it. Her and Kasich.
Well, they need them in both places.
Oh.
They need them in New Boulevard and out there.
Yeah.
So there's gonna be some questions there. What else is in the new card? I'm sorry, I'm looking at the new card list. There's also there's a brothel upgrade, since I can say it but I can't type it on Twitch. The Gray Lotus gets an upgrade where the first assassin joins the Gray Lotus, because the Gray Lotus is secretly an assassin organization. Upgraded blueprint for the scrap launcher or the flak cannon for Everston. There is a grimoire library in there as well for the study for Voss. And then Nora's is pretty special. It is to bring a luchador match to Merrifield.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Play your cards right now during the ramp up to the show at 7:30. Start playing them all. I'll tally them while the intermission's going. Sorry, what?
Wait, is this gonna be the third victim card that Trickster has pulled?
I played one the other day.
I'm saying that's what I said, Eric. I don't know
What?
if I should put hero points on certain things because there's going to be another victim.
As soon as the case is solved, the victor cards change. So,
Got it. The blue demon is killing everybody in town. That's the plot twist.
Dude, everybody would know it's him. He would make it a show.
Yeah. I feel like I've been doing pretty good on my rolls for trying to find this person, but I don't know what the...
I think we need a side quest.
Or what.
I think we need a side quest.
Okay.
Amir, specifically for you, by the way. Specifically for you.
Oh, no. You're going to show it off?
Hey! I got the Lucha...
What the fuck is going on?
Okay, is it any good, though?
Yes.
He said it's good,
It's good. It's interesting. The flavor profile is a little weird, right? Because the flavor profile hits like a spiced tequila. So when you take it, it actually front notes almost kind of cinnamony. And then it mellows into the agave flavor.
I'm gonna.
I know
buy
those
some
were
now.
words. They didn't make any sense to me, but I'll take your word for it.
Got
Okay.
cinnamon, some stuff.
Crazy. And a go.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Oh, we already got cards getting played.
Yeah. I
Oh,
play a hero card to
buddy.
make up for the hero card that I spent.
Victim card tonight. Oh, a bunch of
So I wanna
Arsenal
ping
cards.
Sunburst in case she forgot again.
She knows
Oh,
we're
yeah.
live, I think. Dude, speaking of Sunburst, did you see the masks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Dude.
dope.
Dope.
I want
They are
one.
so cool. Well, Sunburst might be doing something special for us.
Well,
We'll see if she
don't
comes on.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't
If
throw
she
in.
announce it on stream and then force her to do it.
No. She sent it to me. She's making some custom masks. She doesn't know when, but there's gonna be some custom masks coming. I think that means we have to play a stream in a mask. How's that gonna work? We'll all sound like Everston.
Dude,
I
I'm so
gotta
used to-
back up so you
I'm
can
so
see
used
it.
to masks.
Oh, you
I'll
got
be
your
fine.
mat. You got it. They gave you the good prints.
Like it actually has the full border on it. I'm
Yeah.
so fucking excited.
It looks good. I tried
Yeah.
making a blanket with the Inquisitor one that has the hand on it, but they put a white border around the edge, and I don't want a white. I just want a full bleed tuck and cut. So I'm gonna contact them and ask how they actually look, because if we can get it red, how awesome is it that you could be warm in Inquisitor's embrace?
I would buy the Inquisitor one.
Yeah, that
down.
bright-
Dude, I still
yeah,
want
the
to play
bright
my
red.
retinue again.
Yeah. I have a special
Something
episode.
you're gonna get the chance to, Kelly.
Yeah, I have there's a special card in there for the retinue.
I was gonna ask what happens to the retinue when the Inquisitor dies.
They get reassigned.
Okay.
They reassigned,
Probably for
or
the new Inquisitor that will come to town.
or if one of them is talented enough, they can become an Inquisitor, but that's very rare. Very, very rare.
I'm just
So
playing a bunch of cards right now.
Play
Sorry.
everything you got. Everyone, play all your cards. Play all the cards. That's what this part of this show is for. So I do want to talk about something. We got some new playtests this week. We got new playtests or not this week, last week? I don't know. Gunslinger and Inventor came
That
out.
was like a week or two ago with the
Was it that
Gunslinger
long?
and the Inventor.
Oh yeah.
Todd, you've read over them a decent amount, right? I've read the Gunslinger. I've not read a lot of the Inventor.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit? What do you think of them?
I think I want to try them out. I think that they would be perfect for this setting that we're playing in tonight.
I agree. I think they're really good for this setting.
They have some really cool flavor to them. Just the way they're written, you can tell like the writers are having a lot of fun with it. I just don't know yet. I have to play them to see, give feedback on. Most of the feedback that I've heard though has been positive, which is good. There's a few people are mad that the guns don't do as much damage for the Gunslinger, but they're more of I feel like a utility class. They do a lot of status effects and
Sure, absolutely.
debuffs, that kind of stuff.
Debuffs.
So I think they're more of a utility class than a straight up damage dealer, which is nice.
I think that the coolest part about it is hands down and simply the fact that the Gunslinger is like a bard with a pistol. Like the fact that he can like cripple people on shot and do stuff like that is just super fucking cool. But
Yeah,
the
the bards-
Inventor's the one I'm a little on. I don't think it's for every setting. I think that's my biggest thing. For ours, it's perfect.
Yeah,
I mean, you're basically making power armor.
like I could see Voss definitely multi-classing into Inventor.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Did they put
I'm
the
a little-
dedication feats in there?
No,
I
they
didn't see any.
It wouldn't be hard to do. I will say from playing a summoner, I'm at like level 4 now, playing with two of the guys, two of the people from Dragons and Things in Norse Foundry, that they... Playing playtest long term is hard because you feel really like kind of... Play it as a 1-shot or 2-shot or a 3-shot and stop. Don't play it for a full arc because, man, summoner, I feel like I'm hurting. I'm like struggle busting it super hard right now. So we'll see what happens. I do love
the magic will be out
concept
at
of
Gen
it.
Con, right?
Yeah, it's at Gen Con this year. I'm hoping I can get my hands on it in July, June or July, because I want them to bring it over to the show. And I was like, dude, I want to do a major NPC that's a summoner for the show. instead of using the playtest class. Playtest class isn't bad. They're just like my favorite thing is the synergy one where you like wear it as a suit, and that's just doesn't do anything in the playtest. It's pointless.
Yeah,
So
it's
we'll
a
see what
single feat.
happens.
Like I really hope they make like an entire subclass based on that. Just 'cause it's such potential.
Agreed. Yeah, it does. It 100% has a lot of potential. So that was pretty cool. I'll try to think what else happened today that was pretty awesome. Oh, last Friday we did a shit ton of stuff during the Merrifield stream. Oh my lord. Let me pull up the Merrifield doc here. So last week they did all of the following. Terry apparently and Jen are both. I need to kill them both.
Fucking
Because
jeez.
they crit every roll. So Terry is building the academy. It takes 28 days. So next episode that'll be alive. That costs like 600, but he crit. It was 1400, 700. You guys use the range splitter to knock it down, putting it at 600. So you got a new academy getting built. Jen rolled a natural 20 while upgrading the town hall to level 2, which is why we have that thing down. I think over here, down below. Once we hit 500, the tier 2 cards come out. And then that's where all the new things come out. As Drew is apparently like having a seizure. The foreman, he did a freebie one, but he cleared. And this was actually, I think Strength came up with this idea. I think Voss. The foreman, you guys need places for people to live, so he cleaned out a whole bunch of the southern city blocks. So now that's pretty good. That was the most expensive endeavor you guys have taken. And then we played a second foreman card, and we upgraded the air tower one more time, which means now we can get some new airships that do specific things like shipping and receiving, reducing things. I have an idea for a ship where bringing in magical items, it will up the level cap at a standard cost instead of doubling them for each one of those that gets leveled up. So you can use an airship card to level airships up instead of just leveling the tower. So that's in that tier 2 pack that'll be coming out. And then there's another one that I have that's a cruise liner. And the cruise liner is going to be more for the end of this season into next season, where if it is played, we will line up a special guest for the show.
Jimmy Buffett.
Okay.
Yeah, special guest for the show. How did you know? How did you?
We had colada bird.
In Fenrir Rising, don't tempt me. I had Elton John 2005.
God damn it.
I'm not kidding. He really was in the show. Twice. He lives in the same building as Cryptic. You'll be happy. So you guys upgraded a lot of stuff, spent a lot of stuff, a lot of squalls came through, lots of money. I know you guys did a lot of downtime purchasing. Like you guys went ham in New Boulevard.
Gang, Voss now has the armor potency 1 rune, so I can start upgrading our shit.
3 days, right? And you're done?
Yup.
Nonsense.
So 2 weeks of downtime, I can upgrade everybody's armor.
Yeah.
Time to spare and whittle some sticks.
Yeah.
That's why I bought new armor.
Yeah.
Oh, I bought new armor a long time ago.
Holy fucking cards, Batman.
I've got them. We're doing the pre-show. Might as well spend them.
Do it. Yeah, play them all.
I agree.
I'm not
I
judging.
am saving the 3 hero points that I have. I unfortunately don't have one for Oliver because he's probably going to need it the most, but I have one for the 3 of us.
Yeah, the timer's on 1 minute right now for hero point cards, but during the ramp up, I'm going to put them back to the 10-minute timer, so only one can get played, or hour, I mean timer. So only one can get played per hour.
Yep.
It's okay. I'll just
Oliver,
hardball it at 0 hero points.
I just spent 2 for you. Like during this downtime, I just did 2.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, she sure did. She is nicer than I am.
With the armor upgrade,
Nice.
my stealth bonus doubled because I don't have a noisy penalty. Stealth.
Really?
So
Yeah, I went from 2 to 4.
What else?
Solid.
I'm
Kelly,
I'm not
thank you
trained.
again for helping me realize that I was again playing my character wrong and did not have a 20 intelligence, only a 19.
Sorry, man. I was just like watching
no,
this podcast, and I was like,
I'm legitimately happy that you did. I was like, God damn it, because I was so proud of myself because I found a bunch of shit I was missing yet again because I'm Universalist Wizard.
Right.
I can do drain bonded item once per spell level instead of just once per day.
Yeah.
Which I did not know. And I had another first level spell I was missing. I was like, yes, finally, wrap my head around this character. Yeah, PF2. Fuck. God, my intelligence isn't as high as I thought it was.
It's in the Discord. Walk that in back and buy some flowers for your pet mouse Algernon.
Right.
Damn it. In true form, I did the same goddamn thing with Cyberpunk Red for our Fenrir Rising show. First episode, I didn't realize I should be adding my Moto score to all my drive and land tech or vehicle tech rolls, period. So I was playing at a -4 without even knowing it. Fucking
For those who are just joining us, this is our pre-show. So instead of doing a fucking countdown timer and making you guys sit there and twiddle your thumbs, we shoot the shit to our start time and then we dive in the show. I start running the intro here in like 2 minutes, and we dive into the episode. So for those who are just joining, stick around. We start at 7:30. This is just our way to kind of hang out with people and shoot the shit until the show starts. You got to read the whole map, Drew.
Yeah, not just
I know.
You like.
I even linked it for you. I have that. I literally have it saved as a bookmark that says Drew's mistakes.
I'm fine with it.
I felt really bad too, but I was like, man, I don't want him to be running around with like a 20 int when it's supposed to be 19.
Yeah, no, I'm so glad that you said something because I would have found it like the next time I go to bump something up. It's like, ah, shit. So I'm glad you helped me. God.
Is that folder right under the one Oliver's mistake? Or is it just
They're
like
vying. They're racing back and forth.
That's a book.
What? No, it's like 15 chapters and then one chapter of me just killing the Inquisitor.
Let's be real. Oliver has made a lot of mistakes.
Yeah,
he's young. He's naive.
Every single time, like Nora thinks Oliver is getting his shit together, he lets her down again.
He's just young and reckless.
No, because like every single time it's like in the haunted manor, you're like, okay, this is my turning point, and then you shit the bed.
Well, don't worry, Kelly. You'll get to see how his mom feels tonight.
This is my turning point, and then you shit the bed.
You'll get to see how his mom feels tonight.
Oh God.
He's a rich kid. He's gonna get many more chances.
You don't think he just burned like half of them up?
I don't know.
You guys let the dragon loose, literally. Yeah.
I mean,
that was a bad group decision. We're not putting that all on Oliver, but
there's a reason that all of our games start at 57 AS. It's so that things like this, when other people play the game, don't have to deal with it. They don't have to deal with your large decisions. You don't want to ruin the scope of the game every time.
Trickster, I pulled a Drew on my goblin and I was missing some skills this weekend. Oh God. Sorry, Amir.
Oh yeah. Oh, we did. I should talk about that. We ran our Pathfinder game this weekend. That is the largest combat I have ran in PF2, and we did a long session this weekend too when we played. It was we did what, 5 hours, 6 hour session.
You aimed for 6. We finished after 7.5.
Oh, was it that long?
Damn.
We started at 12 and we ended at 6.
We went until 7 and somebody had a hard stop, and then we sat around and talked for a half hour, but it was about the game, so I counted that as the whole time.
I don't count that. I count it whenever Craig gets to leave. That combat went so fucking fast. Like, it was long, but it did not feel long. Like, it was like, man, I wish I could show you guys what it looks like. That was a mass combat, like on a large scale. And you guys got to fight one of my favorite creatures of all time, a frostworm, except it was undead. Don't worry, Drew, your NPC that I played jumped off the 80-foot wall and started burning things down. It looked like Attack on Titan. It was pretty sweet. But it was a lot of fun. And the mammoth?
Did you find that character sheet?
No.
God damn it.
That's all right. So the mammoth, I think they're giving they now have a bunch of Rune Lord Aeon Stones. Yeah.
It's
4 of them? You're good, Sunburst. Start playing cards.
It
We're trying
was
to
a
hit our
mammoth,
500
but now
goals.
it's,
As well, you should
now
be
it's a
Sunburst.
mammoth.
Sunburst, get on my level. I've already played like 50 billion of them. I think I just gave Alan like 1 or 2 more hero points.
Yeah, the hero points are
need
currently
more.
on a 1 minute cooldown.
Because we don't want Terry to die.
Yep, we don't want Terry to die. Actually, you
Yeah.
just don't want Terry to not be doing the things he's doing, critting on making stuff. On
I'm
top
changing
of
the Discord
that-
to learn Eric threatened Terry, so that's probably why.
Listing. I was crafting shit for y'all.
Aw.
I like crafting.
So
Touche.
we're trying to hit the
Touche.
500 mark. Tier 2 cards will unlock when we hit the 500 mark, Sunburst, which I'm pretty excited for. Bunch of new stuff for the season coming up. I was hoping you'd be here. There is a Terry card coming up. Yeah. You may or may not love it, but there is definitely a Terry card.
You may or may not love it.
Is that the victim card Amir displayed?
No. So the victim cards are.
You had to
victim
think
cards are
about
not
it.
allowed
I
to.
know.
Yeah, I did because it's level dependent. They are too high a level for the victim card to be played on.
So we
But
just gotta
What?
keep Terry alive.
Where did I?
what
I like how
is
she
going
blames
on?
you. That's great.
What?
Alan, I will end you. How dare you?
Alan,
Yeah,
everyone
well, you should
should
definitely blame Alan. I'm not sure
definitely
for
blame Alan.
what, but definitely blame Alan.
Definitely blame Alan.
That's hilarious. So with that, we're gonna go to our intro, get our stuff ready to go. We're gonna kick this off with some Nora handling something that it goes a little bit into her past. It's almost like a side quest, but not. I even set up a screen for it. All right, everybody, we'll be back in 3. I'm gonna start tallying these cards. I'm putting all the hero point cards on their 1 hour cooldown, so put them in before I can change it. I'll see you all in 3 minutes. fixed you. So, here, I'll make it feel real again. Ready? We're back. So, we are starting with a little bit of a background piece. Every week between our live shows, we do a side quest. And side quest, the last one we did was with Voss, but Nora did some stuff in her downtime, her 2 weeks of downtime, that I feel needs some airtime. And on top of that, Nora's never done a solo side quest yet. And we've never really seen what Nora did before we started everything in Merrifield. We just knew she was a PI. So we're going to start with Nora doing things in New Boulevard, her original office as a PI. Hey, Drew, why are you in Nora's spot?
I don't know.
I know you want airtime. You already had yours. Get out of here. I set that up on purpose. I thought that'd be funny. So, Nora, you are really tiny right now.
Cool.
That's okay. So, when we set up in your office, tiny. I fixed you in your office. What does your office look like here? Because I don't think we've been to your office since like first episode.
Ooh, I think I actually have a vague description of it.
You do? I know you do.
Let me see if I can find the first episode. The episode that was not on air.
No, yeah. For those who don't know, we did pre-shows to kind of test the group out. Everyone here has played together for a while. That's the one cool thing. Drew and I have known each other for almost 20 years, right? Roughly. Todd and I over 10. Kelly and I are hitting 10 plus now, right?
15 plus.
15 plus. And then Alan is the baby in the group. I think we're going on 3 years? 2 years? Something like that. Yeah. So yeah. 4 years. 4 years, man. Fucking old. So Nora, what does your office look like in New Boulevard? As the camera kind of comes up to the window, peering inside of your once main establishment, now covered in dust. I'm assuming you started cleaning the place now that you're back, since you don't have a maid or anything.
Right. So yeah, it's a small little building. It's a 1-story, and in front of it just says Tenwick Investigations.
Okay.
You open up the front door, and there's basically like a desk where, a secretary would greet people if Nora had one. Mm-hmm. The walls are basically wall-to-wall bookshelves full of old papers, books, some case notes, but like from super old cases that she might not necessarily need. Except the layer of dust, you would think that someone was in here cleaning because everything is in its place. Okay. There's tables, chairs, but they look like they haven't been moved at all. And then there's like a door that goes to the back. Mm-hmm. And I guess that would be currently open, where Nora's in there with her jacket off and her hair is kind of falling down around her face. So she's like cleaning up that back room, which is her actual office. All
right. So as you're cleaning the back room, I'm assuming your front door has a mail slot, right? For all of the jobs you get. Do you also have like a P.O. box in the city or anything like that where you would go pick up mail that's too large for your office? Or do you have like a larger area for the mailman to drop P.O. box stuff off?
Knowing that I was going to be out of the city, I think I would set up like a separate P.O. box.
Okay. So
that it wouldn't
the
get
back room then also has 4 packages, 3 large ones and 1 smaller one. 2 of the large ones are from Nevleen. The 3rd large one is from the Blue Demon. And the small one just has that Rathmore symbol on it. And the Rathmore symbol, if I remember correctly, was like the Iron Grate, a ruby, and like the W on it, if I remember correctly. That was the stamp for the wax seal. And that one, you're pretty sure that's the one that has to do with the investigation you've been asked about. Okay. So have you already opened that letter at this point and read it a couple times, or is this going to be the first time you've opened it? How do you want to set this up?
Because of what we talked about in downtime, I think Nora has already read it.
Okay.
And that's why she's actually in the process of trying to clean up her back area. Because the back room is like her office, and then there's another door that leads into like a small, almost like a small I want to say medical bay, more like a small morgue.
Okay, so a cold room.
Yes.
Yeah, for forensic stuff. You have your forensics license, which is also odd for a PI to have that. So the letter itself just simply says that a gentleman named Grigori Rathmore will be visiting you on today's date about a upcoming investigation they are interested in opening.
Okay.
So you would get a knock on your front door while you're cleaning up the back room. Sharp 2 raps. Sounds like a cane on wood. Nora is very perceptive about everything. You did see somebody walk around your building once before the knock happened. That gentleman did have a cane, so your assumption is this is probably the same individual.
Okay. The Rathmores don't like to be kept waiting, so I will dust off my hands and go open up the door.
All right, so when you open the door, there is a man whose forehead hits the top of the door in height. Very slender, very tall, really long cane. Very frail looking, long gray hair, kind of down past his shoulder blades, with a top hat on. The hat is pristine. It is everything he is wearing is this rich, deep purple with red accents. What is your passive perception?
Passive now.
She's like, even better than it used to be.
Passive is 22.
22, okay. So with the passive perception of 22, you notice that, yes, it's pristine and good shape, but you can tell, one, his clothes are warmer than they should be. The season that we are currently in, it is snowing out, but he is wearing like heavy clothes. That would indicate that he's probably from Moldavia, to the northwest in the mountain range, which is kind of think Colorado, but 10 degrees to 20 degrees colder. Really deep freezing temperatures. We're currently in Grieving 25. Grieving is the second month, so it'd be like the equivalent to our February. He has got snow-damaged shoes, even though they are polished. You notice those. And his cane is wide on the bottom, and it's got little spikes on it as well, probably to help him walk in the colder, frozen weathers. He bows low enough to be able to peer in, and he goes, I assume that you are Nora Tenwick, the private investigator?
Yes, Mr. Rathmore?
That is correct. You may call me Grigori.
All right, Grigori. I've received your message and read through the letter, and I've been trying to clean up prior to your arrival. Please, come on in.
So he ducks and comes in. Is the ceiling tall enough in here? Is it a lofted area for him to stand in? Or is he going to have to kind of crouch and sit somewhere?
I think it's got a slightly vaulted ceiling, like a lifted, because the bookshelves are really
like a
tall.
walkway around it kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so he stands up in here and he looks around. He's like, thank you for the space. I admire that. I'm tired of crouching in New Bolivar. There's not many people of my stature here. And he'd come in and look around for what would ever be the most comfortable chair closest to the fireplace.
I think I actually had a rather large chair for Mac when I was here, so I'll go dust that off for him.
Okay.
Or throw a dust rag, whatever, over it.
Sure.
And then stoke the fire.
All right. He would sit down. When he does sit down, his eyes are a milky white. It looks like age has gotten to them. He does have a monocle in one of his pockets, and he has a pair of spectacles hanging around his neck underneath his jacket. So, I assume that the state has told you why I'm here. If not, I would be happy to inform you.
I received a letter that left most of the details out. They just mentioned a name, Olivine Howitz.
I see.
And that this is a missing person that you are interested in finding.
Miss Howitz is a escaped prisoner from a escort from Kadra to Moldavia. I did my best to find someone out of Cadra, but I was directed here. They said that a Miss Tenwick, according to the Rathmore estate, is more akin to hunting people down than the people I could hire there. Something about previous to jobs that you have done. This woman is dangerous. She is a killer, unlike many. In Moldavia, she killed over a dozen people. 2 of our investigators among them. We have had no luck capturing her a second time. We believe the first time was just a ploy to move her from Moldavia east. And he would hand you a dossier. Inside it, there is paintings, a bunch of, like, the stack is big. It's easily 100 sheets of cases, murders, crime scene photos, and everything that has happened to these 12 people. And each one of them has the same MO of the victims in Merrifield. With the vines that are growing out of them, the red splotchiness over their skin, extremities, and thinner parts of their flesh. Oh, one after another after another. You've already been working on a case similar to this.
Okay.
Howitz is a woman of some repute. She was once a nobility in Moldavia. Specifically, daughter to the banking industry by us. She used this money to hide. We convinced her parents to turn off the flow of gales. But I think she has stalked too much away. Last seen, she was coming to New Bolivar. I've had no luck in finding her. Is this something that we could pay you to do? It would be under the Rathmore name. The Rathmores would fund the investigation. Are you interested?
Definitely something that I would be interested in.
I see. And he kind of reaches into his coat slowly, and he pulls out a small letter opener. And he sets it down, and when it touches the table between you, or whatever it is between you, little vines grow out in like a small 1-foot area. It's like, this is one of her instruments of murder. I brought it, hoping that maybe you could use it as a lead.
So the knife is what sprouted the vines?
Yeah, they protrude from the wooden handle on it.
Okay.
And it's a little letter opener, maybe about that big. Very narrow, thin blade. Not really sharp edge, sharp point, though, just like a normal letter opener.
Right. Yeah, I'm definitely going to take a closer look at it. Because at first glance, it looks like it's just the sharp point, but it might actually be sharper than it looks.
Sure, if you go to reach for it, the vines retract immediately.
Okay. That's good.
And
That's also good to know.
he pulls a sheath out that is, it looks like pig skin, and he sets it down. He says, as long as there is living flesh, the vines seem to retract back into the letter opener. But as soon as the person is deceased, the plants take hold.
Okay.
I have no more information besides the dossier that I have given you. The local Earth Guard also have this dossier. The money we are willing to pay up front for the case, your merits and close rate precede you. And he reaches in and pulls out a small chest and sets it down. On the front of it, you immediately recognize the Blackwell emblem.
Okay.
So, if you are willing, I will leave this to you. I can be contacted. I am staying here in the Gold Horse Hotel. We'll be here for 2 weeks. After that, I will head back to Moldavia. Communication will be by ethergraph. Where shall I send my messages?
I give him the address for the post in Merrifield,
Okay.
and then I also give him the address to my office. Like, I'm assuming he knows it already, but...
So he looks at it, looks at Merrifield. He goes, oh, we once had relatives that moved here. They worked for the Everston estate. Do you know of them? There are Rathmores there.
I have not heard of any Rathmores going by their, openly by their last name there. But we did have an influx of many new settlers, so they could have come in that wave.
I believe her name was Edna.
Edna. I am sorry to... So, like, I give him, like, Edna's name, like what she told me.
Yeah. Edna King was her original name. Or the name she gave you, I should say.
That's the name that she gave me. Edna Kane. Mr. Rathmore?
Edna King, yes. Edna and her friend, Mac and Alma, are all part of the Rathmore society.
I regret to inform you that Edna has passed.
What do you mean? Deceased? Dead?
I'm
Or-
starting... I just kind of, like, look at him, and I look at the knife, and I say, I think this case is no mere coincidence compared to what I'm investigating in Merrifield.
See.
Edna was murdered by someone who had the
Her
same
mother-
MO.
Her mother
these
would be quite
guys.
upset.
She portioned off enough of her to give me a flash of what had happened when I examined her corpse. Her familiar is now in my apartment.
I'm sorry, but I did not know she was one of the ability to cast. That is news to me. Edna, I knew in passing. She was quite a individual, a great tracker, and was the reason in Moldavia many of us were able to grow crops. Makes sense, the magic half. He reaches into the other breast pocket and pulls out a small book and pulls his spectacles up, like the little nose ones up front. And they have red lenses in them, and he starts writing down something in this tiny little pocket book. And he takes them back down and reaches back into the same pocket, and he sets down a small black felt bag. There's obviously an object in it. He says, this is for you. If you need to use my name to make things happen in either New Bolivar or in your small town of Merrifield, use this. This wax seal will give you sway over many. But I will warn, it will be out of fear. My family does not carry a reputation of kindness.
I understand, sir. I've
Good.
worked with Jebediah enough.
Oh, this is not a Rathmore insignia.
Ah. I think I'll wait until he leaves to take a look at it, in case I have a gut reaction that's like, oh no.
All right. So he would, sit, talk with you, go over the reports with you, what he knows, which is he just knows of the murder, and he is the person bringing this to your attention and bringing the money required. 2 questions before we cut back to the group here. 1, do you open the box in his presence that has the Blackwell symbol on it?
No,
2, is there any real important questions that you think would not be in the dossier that you have to ask him?
Since I haven't really had a chance to look at the dossier, like as we're kind of flipping through it, I would not open up the box in front of him.
Okay.
That's gauche. I would not do that.
Okay.
Always paid me fairly. And then as far as the dossier, I think I would ask if it has any notes on Miss Howitz's religious inclinations.
Ooh, good question. So he would say, when she lived in Moldavia, there was no religion that would be openly worshipped here. But she did carry her great-grandmother's necklace and bracelet. The necklace holds one of crossed arrows in a circle. I do not know of this. And he looks around, knowing he's not back home. He's of this keeper. But I believe he to be some form of a hunter. I do not know much more than that. I do personally have possession of one of these objects. Being that you are a private investigator, is it right to assume you have no ill will towards all keepers? Or are you one of the true faith? And he looks you up and down, realizing you're an abandoned. And 1-to-1 ratio is usually abandoned, follow the true faith. Not always, but majority rule.
Since I would be telling Jebediah this eventually anyway, I'm like, well, Edna gave me a gift in death, and I show him.
Ah. You carry the mark of the sun. It is a highly prized keeper where I am from.
She, as I said, in her final moments, she held out long enough to tell me how she died, and she transferred this to me as well.
I see. I will have something shipped to you here in the next week. It may help with your investigation. Specifically, some family tree of Miss Howitz. It is not in there. It is private, and I will be frank. It is kept from the Rathmos. So please do the same.
Understood.
Give me a... How do you want to come off towards this person? Are you using persuasion? Are you using diplomacy? How are you wanting to have this relationship between you and him be?
I'm not hostile and not based on lies. I've been pretty honest with him the entire time, so it'd be probably diplomacy.
All right, give me a roll. And are you... do you have any bonuses to that for social talking or anything like that?
No. Nora is very much I just get real mad when people are on my crime scene. But she'll give it a shot. I got a 19.
Okay. Do you want to keep that, or do you want to spend a hero point? My favorite question. It's like Matt Mercer's "How do you do this?" Mine is, "Do you want to spend a hero point?"
I think I'm gonna stand on the 19. I have a feeling I might need those hero points some other time.
Okay. So he stands tall, and it takes him a while to get to his full height. When he finally stands up in the room, this guy stands 7'1". He is human. Looks human. Gangly, long. He taps his cane once, and the spikes retract. They kind of go upwards like an umbrella, so he doesn't hit anything or damage a floor. He looks to the box, the dossier, and everything. He's like, before you leave, see me at the Golden Horse. Just so we can touch base before I head back home.
Of course.
Thank you, Miss Tenwick. Investigator? What is your title?
Most people know me as Inspector Tenwick, or that annoying abandoned.
There is nothing wrong with abandoned. They are people who outlast the snow. They outlast the tides. You are a resilient group of people. I will see you in a week. And he turns and ducks out the door and shuts it. When he leaves, the room warms back up. And I will cut us over to the group. So, everybody, we had a hell of an end to our last show. This is going to take place the day before the end of our 2-week downtime. The Whisper crashed 2 weeks ago into the dock after making its trip out into the dark tides, the murky skies, to bring back a Nodaric dragon, one of the originals. And by that, that means a dragon that is a first of its kind, or at least in lineage. Not only did you go to this dragon, you dropped off the orb, which held the Keeper of the Tides, which Voss did not piece together until his side quest. I think he would have said no if he had figured that out earlier. But Oliver, in true fashion, and as a captain, just kind of pushed everything forward and off the cliff edge like he is known for doing. A man of action.
Yeah.
I thought we all knew that she was the Keeper of the Tides, and Voss is just going along for the ride.
I just let that shit hang. That was on you guys.
Nora put it together. Just assumed everybody else put it together.
Nora, we know you're the most perceptive in the room. We know that. I don't roll perception for you. I just look and go, yup, and then continue on. So, not everyone can be Sherlock Tenwick Holmes. So, the ship crashed. The docks were destroyed. 180 plus were killed. And injured, I should say. Out of the 180, 45 died. New Boulevard was not happy. Now, granted, it has the Hastings symbol on it. Of course, immediately everyone was going for money because we're playing in kind of a Victorian time frame. So the courts exist, the idea of law and the judicial system exists, but this is a theocracy, so the government is ran by a religion. And the saving grace of all of this is that Oliver just recently became an air marshal. So a lawyer was assigned to you from the True Faith. Hastings tried to override that, and they told them to fuck right off. And they assigned a lawyer to you. And for 2 weeks on and off, they have been in the private room in house arrest that your parents have paid for in New Boulevard so you do not sit in jail. Because then no one can ever say you sat in jail. So, this is the day before it's all done. You've talked to this lawyer numerous times. Your court case is supposed to be in 72 hours. You have been studying stuff on your own time as well. Your mother has not visited you yet, although she has sent messengers. And there is a knock on your door.
Before I answered the door,
Okay.
which is unlocked,
Okay.
what information have I gleaned from my studies, if anything at all?
What did you end up rolling?
A 19.
So I can give you the basics of the summer court.
But we could summarize that, like, it's been a difficult study and like 95% of it have just gone over Oliver's head.
No, there's a few points that stick out. There's a few points that stick out.
I'm afraid to ask what those are.
Do you want to know them or not?
All right, hit me with it. What are the...
So you can't
what are the
find any
deeds?
family trees. The idea for the summer courts, they are at war with the winter court. Summer and winter are opposed, just like the seasons. And anyone who knows anything about Sealy courts, that's similar to how they function. But there is one major difference. Every one of the courts is tied to one of the elemental planes, and they lie between them. The summer court lies next to the elemental plane of fire. They draw the heat from it, they go to war with it, and on top of that, anyone who is descendant of someone in the summer courts has a birthmark. That birthmark can only be seen in sunlight. Now, I had everyone roll a perception check when Kelly used her new ability, and it wasn't for Kelly. It was to see if anyone could see a birthmark on you.
What?
Do you look for it, or do you not want to know?
Yeah, Oliver will look for it.
So one of the days it's nice, you go towards the window, and this is like the last finding that you dig, and it's like a 2-sentence thing in one of the stacks of books that you've ordered and have brought from the library here in New Boulevard. And there's a knock on your door as you're getting ready to do it. So what are you doing?
Enter.
Voss, Oliver tells you to come in. What do you look like in your new get-up as the door opens and the guards let you in?
Voss walks in green, actually, I should say emerald, black and gold robes. Is that the color scheme house? Or is it black and
Correct.
white?
Nope, you're right.
So he's got on new robes underneath his cloak. You also notice that his right arm is now an Thomas piece.
What is an Thomas piece? We got new people here.
Oh, right. So one of the races in Ethauntia, in fact, Everston is one. He is an Thomas. He is a built, constructed body that has a soul bound to it of someone who has departed, because in Ethauntia no soul can go home to rest because of the sundering that happened. What year are we playing in? 60?
We'd be in 58 now.
58
normally
years
57
ago,
but we're at 58 AS now.
the world was sundered, and when that happened, a bunch of things literally just broke. Like all the water went away. The other thing that happened is souls cannot go home when they
There's no
pass.
purgatory.
They are stuck here. There's no purgatory.
Yep.
Well, actually, there is. We found that out now.
No, there's no purgatory according to the audience.
Oh, okay. And so because of that, one of the things that there has been to fill that vacuum have been people like Voss, who is a fetterer, and you, in this world, you will bind things to other things, like a soul to an Thomas in Everston's case, or a lost loved one to a locket that has a picture of them in it, so that the family can keep it and speak to it on the day of remembrance. So that's one of the things about the world. So Voss lost his right arm in his mage trial. In his,
It's 2 shows.
yeah, 2 shows. Well, yeah, the other one I lost a hand. This one I lost the whole arm. He was going to try and get it repaired, but it was just easier and more practical because of things that he have a arm that can withstand elements. So he has a an arm that he kind of went all out for it. Instead of it just being like a regular Terminator arm, it has like integrated
Terminator arm
pieces. Well, yeah, you know when he pulls his hand off and it's just like the skeletal arm.
Right.
This one is more fine-tuned, and instead of think snakeskin, but the scales are feathers, so they're interlocked.
Yeah,
it's very intricate and beautiful. And looks like it's made out of like a polished brass.
Okay. Any other burn marks or anything like that? Oh, and what does your staff look like? I'm assuming you guys are kind of on the same page now.
It looks the same as it did. It is a staff of fire, because that's what it was. It just when the lantern pops on, there's a little bit more light.
So when you enter the room, Voss, there's that warmth that spreads through your new arm, which you're still getting used to. It has the heat shielding and stuff like that, but you know it's coming from the Nexus staff, and it is not happy about the presence of the person in the room.
That makes sense. He's like, "Hello, mate. How you holding up?"
I've been better. I see that you're adjusting to your new rank in society.
Oh, the robes. Yeah, it's a bit much, isn't it? But you know, it opens doors like this one. So listen, mate. Here's the deal. There ain't gonna be a trial. It's not happening.
And to both of the guards
not going to
leave
be
as
a-
he says that.
What do you mean there's not going to be a trial?
Well, it's been squashed, so to speak. You're gonna spend some time in jail, like a week, I think. And I'm not actually sure if this counts as that. Maybe we've already served your time, but yeah, it's settled. So we need to make sure that.
Just that simple.
No, it's not simple at all. And he looks at his arm. He's like, nothing's really simple about this whole mess. But yeah, that's what happened. So there's going to be a couple of changes. Not to put too fine a point on it, Gov, but you need to start pulling your weight and making smart decisions, or else this is just going to be a skipping stone in an avalanche of just rubble that's going to hit you. Because with the new title that you have and the responsibility that you have, this kind of thing can't happen again. And I know that it wasn't your fault, really, that the ship crashed, but we just got to make sure we're not putting ourselves in as big a predicaments as we were, if we can help it. If that makes sense. Long story short, I pulled some strings, and there's not going to be a trial. So that's where we're at. But I just want to let you know so that you can rest easy a little bit and try and prepare for what's to come with your new position and all that.
Voss, two things. One, why do you have a new arm?
Well, there's and he kind of like leans the staff away a little bit, knowing it's not going to do any good, but he's like, there's some things that have changed about my current situation. One of them being there is a soul in my staff now that is pretty hot, and well, it crippled my arm. Long story short, again, second story. So I had to have it replaced. It was part of my trial. It happened. Emerald Order paid for it. So it's yeah, it's new. Still getting used to it, but it's here and it works. And yeah. Second question. Shoot.
Do you remember the topic of conversation that we had in the ship's officers' meeting room regarding not the objective of what we handled prior to going on our voyage, but the other topic of question that's more personal to me? I'm talking about my mom. My mother.
Oh,
Yes.
right. That. What about it?
Handling the situation with my mother is going to require a deftness of hand that I fear I have not developed yet myself. And that being the case, I've already invested a measure of confidence in Nora, but I'm going to need your help as well.
Voss kind of looks at his arm again and he's like, I will do whatever I can to help you, bruv. It's and we're kind of tied to it now. I will say that my current predicament is because I felt somewhat obliged to make sure that you weren't doing stuff alone to begin with. So I will help you. I'm just not going to be as easygoing about it, if that makes sense, because it literally cost me my arm last time. So I will do what I can. We will have to have some discussion about what's what, but we will do that later. And let's just make sure you got your head on straight for what's coming up. But yeah, you've got my help.
What is coming up, by the way?
Oh, you know, the whole business of us getting back out to Merryfield after we've sorted all of what has to happen with the trial being squashed. I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen to you, but I know that I'm pretty sure there was some jail time involved. That being said, I don't know if it's going to be in jail or in this comfy, cozy little spot you've got sorted for yourself.
That being said, Voss, can you do me one last thing?
Sure.
Can you help me look for a mark somewhere on my body?
Excuse me?
It's
Oh my god.
I was reading this book, and it's in the book that there's something possibly on me, and I need your assistance.
The title of the book says the Tales of the Summer Court.
Right. Do I need to put on gloves for this?
And next to
I
you,
certainly
there is a
don't.
tug on your robe as you say that. Like a small tug, because you're like in the doorway. Because he never said you came in and shut the door.
A small tug on mine?
Yep.
Like, okay.
Turn
It's
around.
true, I didn't.
There's a small boy in yellow with a small pub cap on that's like gray, and he's got a yellow handkerchief around
Newsies?
his neck. You got anything for local knowledges about criminal organizations?
Oh, God. I mean, society is going to be my best bet.
Sure, I think society covers criminal organizations.
Um,
Unless you have a lore.
I mean,
Lore would definitely cover it. You know, Nora stuff.
Oliver, did you like my little stuff in chat? Twitch chat?
unless it's fettering or technomancy, I don't think I do.
Then in that case, I would need a society check, or I would need heraldry. Something for heraldry.
I mean, I think that's covered under society, too, so.
All right, give me a roll.
It's a 14.
Would you like to spend a hero point, sir? Because that roll
No.
sucks. All right. So he tugs. He goes, excuse me, sir. I have a message for Mr. Hastings from the courts.
The book just goes flying over Oliver's shoulder.
The kid doesn't seem to give a shit. And he has a letter in his hand, and it's got the
Wow.
seal on it for the courts of New Boulevard.
Thank you.
And he holds it through the doorway to Oliver.
Oliver takes a couple steps forward and takes the letter.
And then he holds out his hand afterwards.
Oliver gives the kid 2 gales.
2 gales? Am I doing
And
something
looks
else, sir?
And
I'm
looks
not
at the
helping looking for marks on you.
kid and pushes the kid out the door.
Yeah,
Takes the
don't
money and
mention anything about me looking for marks on him either.
He is fucking
Fuck
running.
my life.
When he runs, you see out of 2 hallways, wherever he's staying in this building, out of 2 hallways, 2 more kids follow after him.
And like after pushing him out, Oliver will take the hand on the door, put a hand on Voss's shoulder, just pull him in and close the door.
All right.
Are
So
these
as you
the kids
guys-
that lost the lens during our
No.
first? Oh, that would have been so good.
They're part of the same group.
Oh well,
So as you pull him in, the camera cuts over. Everston, you said you wanted to have a conversation with Bennett. the now deformed shadow that is attached to you instead of being a soul inside of your body.
Yeah.
Who would you ask to help
hoping-
with this, since you haven't seen Voss and you haven't seen Oliver?
I guess Nora, if she's the only one available.
She would definitely be around.
Not
I mean,
that
you know
she's
where
the
her
last
business
choice,
is.
but I mean that if I need someone's help with this, and if she's
Okay.
the only one I can find, she's the first person I'll ask.
So you know,
That makes sense?
yeah, you know, she would definitely have more contacts in New Boulevard than most people would, because she worked here for a while.
Yeah, but I don't need to set up a wrestling match.
No. So if you swing by, I'm assuming Nora has been pretty much in her office on and off during the 2 weeks. This will be that last day as well. You all know that the trial is supposed to be going. The only person that's going to be called as a witness during the trial, or was supposed to be, was Voss, because he was in the engine room when all this shit went down. And Everston, where would you stay in New Boulevard during all this? Hotel?
I have
Do you
no
have
idea.
a friend? Do you stay with one of them? Do you stay on the Emerald Order grounds? Because you guys do have
Yeah,
the director here that you are working for.
Yeah, if they have accommodations, I'd just stay there.
You can stay in accommodations here.
Don't need
That's
anything
fine.
fancy.
Yeah. He also wouldn't be a bad person to ask if you don't want to ask Nora. You could ask the director. Your choice.
But no secrets. So we're gonna
Alright.
talk with Nora.
So Nora, at some point in time, Everston's come up, asked for you to find somebody to do something for him. What is it you need Nora to do, Everston? What are you trying to do? So I can set this scene.
I want help communicating with Bennett because whatever language he's trying to use, none of us understand. And he's just been trying to flicker at me, and I'm not getting it.
Translator, then. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Nora, give me a roll. I'm assuming you're probably going to use your society to find someone local, unless you have a lore that is more suited.
It would either be society or possibly legal lore, like trying to find like a translator for cases when people don't speak the same language.
Yeah. Give me a roll.
Okay.
We're going to move some people around here.
I got 32.
You know a translator you've used numerous times. This person says they speak every known language, and they don't use magic for it.
Okay. I am going to say they're a siren.
Okay. I'll
And
note
then
that. That makes total sense.
name. Then I will try and come up with a name for them real quick. I'm not as good at doing it on the fly as Alan.
No, you're good. Don't worry about it. They're a siren. That's all I need.
Okay.
So you send out a message through one of your contacts. You have numerous people you go through for stuff in the city. And you said that they are a translator, right?
Yeah, when I used legal lore looking for a translator who is used, like I said, in either cases where people don't necessarily speak the common language of the area, or if they're looking for someone to translate old texts that may have been used in crimes, or for people who are possessed,
Cool.
like that kind of stuff.
Works court cases then probably makes the most sense.
Yeah, working
Right.
court cases to help translate.
All right. Okay. So you set up an arrangement with them. They say, yeah, I have a meeting down next to the fountain in town. But wait, you're in New Boulevard, aren't you?
Yes. Well, right now,
I am in Cadra right now. Could you maybe take the train over here and then we could discuss it here? And this would be like an ether graph, obviously, because that's the easiest way to communicate.
right.
It's only if you take a ship, you could be there and back pretty quick, but the trial is still going on. You're not supposed to leave the city.
Okay, so if I'm not supposed to leave the city, what about Everston? Is he bound to that as well?
They said the crew. Depends if you consider you guys crew members of the Whisper. If you don't consider yourself crew members, you can leave. You would know in legality You should have been more specific.
Right. I kind
So
of
you could leave too, technically.
I looked at Everston and I'm like, technically, we don't have to stay because technically we were never put on the ship's rosters as crew members. So if this is that important to you, we can go.
If we have to wait, we can wait.
I mean, if we take a ship,
Not,
I will message back, like, how long are you planning on being in Cadra for?
Ooh, at least 30 days. I am on a court case for a dead inquisitor.
I see. So then I looked at Everston and I'm like, well, they're going to be in Cadra for at least the next 30 days.
But I have time in between. The cases won't start back for 3 days. They'll need me for translation. I guess there is... they brought in somebody from a city, a village, that does not speak Caldraic, so I will be taking care of that for them.
I think, like, at this point, like, I have Everston, like, with me, so we're, like, crammed in this room, but I'm the one
of
doing
those little, tiny, private ether scope box.
Yeah. So
Just
I
him
mean,
leaning on the top, looking in.
right. So, I mean, I'm sending these messages, but I'm letting Everston drive the...
Sure, perfect. Yeah.
Like, so I'm like, do you want to wait until after the trial starts and we can see what's going on from there? Because this is before we know it's been squashed, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm like, I mean, so technically we really don't need to be here because, as I said, we weren't listed as crew members on the roster. If you want to wait until the trial starts, then we can see if we are being called as witnesses. And if we're not, then you can probably go, no problem. But
that's a smart choice.
considering
Let's do that.
this situation, if you want to wait and then see if we're called as witnesses? Okay, because they've got a 3-day window
Yes.
open right now. So we'll have to find out as soon as possible tomorrow.
I'd rather be here for the crew in case they need us
Okay.
for the trial.
So that's totally fair. So then I message back and I say, we can't come today. We're waiting on some news, but I will be able to get back to you tomorrow for sure.
Not a problem, Miss Tenwick. As always, I am at your beck and call as long as the gales are good.
They will be.
Excellent. Then I look forward to hearing from you over the next couple of days. I will check the ethergraph to make sure that there are no messages for me. And the ethergraph and the post office, for those watching, are attached. The ethergraph is like the telegraph, but it sends spirits back and forth through salt-lined fabric tubes. And the spirits actually take the messages back and forth. Since there is nowhere for spirits to go in this world, they are now used as a source of material, and they give these spirits jobs to help keep them sane and stop them from becoming evil or malicious towards humans. So his name is Ramion. It's Raemaon. He says, I will be happy to do the translations for you. I will check over the next 72 hours. If you can be here, let me know. If not, I could maybe translate it over the ether. It's just much more difficult.
I understand. Do you
have a sample of the language so that I could begin studying? Your shadow shrinks down and hides next to the ethergraph booth.
Arranged.
Well, send it now.
I looked at Everston and Bennett.
Bennett is his shadow right now, the way the sun is hitting, should be twice the size of him. Instead, it's twice as small as Everston is. It is hiding away from him as much as possible.
If Bennett isn't going to give a sample, I will just say, I heard it briefly. It sounded like some strange combination of hollowed and chites. If that helps at all.
No, I would need a sample. If you can get the creature to speak, or if you can find the name of the language, I can begin my research for you.
Okay, well, I will see what I can find, but we will get back to you regardless tomorrow morning to let you know if we are going to Cadra or not.
Sounds excellent. And the whispery voice from the ethergraph slowly fades away, and it goes boop, and you know the call is off as the light dims out.
Okay.
So you're not going to be doing it today. When you get back to your office, Nora, there is a letter there saying that the trial has been called off.
Okay.
Now, you all know where Oliver is staying. I don't know how many of you have visited because the guards are really specific about letting people in. But with the trial being off, would you all make your way there to find out what the fuck is going on?
I mean, I think,
Yes.
yeah, I think I would have gone like a couple of times to be like, Oliver, do you need legal aid? And then like his family's like, we have this covered. And I'm like,
Yep, exactly. They're like,
Okay.
nope. The guards would say the True Faith has provided a lawyer at a high expense. You do not have to worry. An Earth God inquisitor or investigator will be taking care of things. The Hastings family has paid for his lodgings here for as long as needed, but I unfortunately cannot allow any outside aid without the Hastings or the True Faith's say so. And anytime you stop by, they say that. They'll let you open the door and wave to them and say hi, but they won't let you in the room.
okay.
So from there, with everyone knowing that the court case is canceled, Oliver, you invited the Volgan to Voss to look over your body. I will say you at least get that part done before Everston and Nora show up.
Oh,
Door
God.
opens.
I said I'll let you get it
Nothing to
done
see here.
before they show up. So I need a perception check from you, and I also want to know if you're casting any spells while this is going on. And is
I would
Oliver
prob-
stripping down, or are you like just taking off your shirt for him to check over like the major skin areas?
Oliver has no idea what the smart looks like or where it's at, so he's going down to his undergarments.
Okay, sounds good. I mean, you're a sailor; it doesn't matter. Like you're captain.
Yeah, it's
of
like
the
a
ship.
locker room.
Like that shit's normal. But
Yeah,
not to Voss
it's
because in
exactly
your place
like
they
a
wear
locker room,
robes.
except I gotta put my hands on you, apparently.
Yo, does this look infected, bro?
Infected? God, it's like the dude in the hallway in fucking Anthem. Is this infected to you? I don't know
Yeah,
you.
dude,
Stop talking to me.
Dude, hold on, bro. Can you check
He's
out
like-
my tabs?
There's like prison hooch brewing in Oliver's bathroom.
Yeah.
I need to
Oh
get
my
my
God.
dice. I just realized
Luckily,
I don't
I
have
brought the perfect tool for this, and I hold up the metal arm. Like, all right.
Oh no, where are you going?
Forgot to get dice.
Give me. Are you using detect
Oliver
magic
runs away.
while you're doing this? And I would need
Yeah,
a
he'll
Arcana.
drop a detect magic.
Yep.
Um.
Did you got Arcana too?
Oh yeah.
All right. I'm
Will
just
there
making sure.
be dice in this dice rolling game?
Will there be dice?
Play dice roll game.
There we
it. All
go.
right.
Oliver, you are sitting too far from your microphone as a heads up.
What? Okay.
Or it's just the echo in that area. Oliver
will-
moved into the summer courts, apparently. Actually, Oliver just moved. There we go. Oh, yeah, dude. How far are you from your mic, you dumb shit? Rule. Hang 10 rule. Hang 10 rule. Excuse me here. I am going to pause our game for a second just to explain that Oliver has moved, and with it, he left his common text sense back in his old house. Now back to
Eric.
investigating you.
Thanks for
Yeah, now listen.
I rolled a
we'll
2,
rate
so I'm
Oliver,
gonna-
but we leave Alan alone.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
I rolled it.
I roll a 2, so I'm going to spend a hero point to re-roll that.
I like
it's
to hear that.
Only a 7, so that's an 18 Arcana. Oh, you wanted a perception check too.
Yep. So 18 Arcana.
Hell, another 7. It's 16.
Would you?
so-
You can spend another hero point on that if you'd like. I mean, we're almost
Sure.
at halftime.
Do it.
I'm gonna roll perception.
Oh, you can't see it, by the way.
You can't see your shirt's over your head.
Oh.
There
Oh
we
no, it's
go.
just not a part of your body you can't see unless you have mirrors and shit.
God damn it! I knew it. I knew it.
That's a 25 perception.
How does
25.
Oliver not have ears in his?
So,
Oh, they're all over the place.
Yeah.
They're only on the ceiling.
so as you're
They're
like
on arms and easels and
First off, they're in the place that was rented. That is why they can't. So as you're looking over it, on the back of his back, there is a well similar to one that's on screen right now with water and a sunset on it. And the sun moves on the birthmark. And it goes down and comes up. And goes down and comes up. Your Arcana lets you know that, yes, he is got a birthmark. It is magical. The only way you can see it is with detect magic and sunlight currently. Those two things are factual. But the fact that it is motion is because he is not in the summer court. If he was in the court, it would be a full sun on top of the water. They're very rare, and it means he's nobility.
Oh, you're saying if he was a part of the court, not if he was actually physically.
No, if he was physically there, it would be solid.
Oh, okay.
That means you are a traveling summer court member.
Got it. Be like, well, Mike,
around it, there's a small
Voss.
shimmer of scales, like a siren.
Voss, did you find it?
I mean, I found something. Yeah, mate, it's, according to this, you remember the summer court.
What?
You remember nobility, summer court, and it's got some siren-ish qualities to it. What the fuck, mate? What hell?
What do you mean, what the fuck?
And then again, you hear,
Oh, God.
and then a big boom, boom, boom.
Oh, I know that knock anywhere. Speak of the devils. Hang on, don't move. Well, I mean, put your shirt back on. And he'll go over and peek his beak out.
Sure enough, it is Nora. And well, actually, that's a good question. Do both of you come?
I think so, because I would have swung by to let Everston know that we're supposedly free and clear to go to Cadra if he'd like,
Yep.
and I kind of like hold up the letter.
Yep.
That I saw. I'm like, do we want to stop by Captain Hastings' jail cell and figure out what the hell happened?
You mean his apartment in the sky jail cell? Sure.
Yeah.
He's basically in fucking house arrest.
When she says jail cell, she's like
this shit.
jail cell.
Are you
You should at least check in, let them know we're going.
All right.
So the halls are pretty tall in most of New Boulevard. The newer buildings are made for a Thomas to be there as well, because the Thomas are workers. They do a lot of carpentry and things like that. So all the halls, it's like that dwarven feel where like all the halls are like 15 foot wide, 12 to 18 foot tall in the bigger buildings. Some of the rooms are smaller. They specifically make rooms for a Thomas because it takes 2 floors up usually. The one you're in right now, Alan, is ginormous. It's got a 2nd floor in it. Your bed's up top. It's like a full 1,500 square foot apartment.
Fucking rich kids.
Yep.
Is this
And the
the
door
first
is
time
there's a normal door, and then that is set into a larger door where you can open the larger one to let a Thomas in.
It's a barn door.
It's a full size door, yeah. Yeah, but it's a Thomas
Incredibly
size door.
ornate for a barn door.
Yep.
Right?
Huh.
Is this the first time we've seen Voss with the?
Oh yeah, no one's seen him until today.
Yeah, I'll
playing with your
open the
dice,
bigger
Alan.
door. You probably won't see it until you both step in and I close it because you'll see the arm.
Okay.
I was gonna ask what happened with the case, but what happened with your arm, Voss?
Oh, this. Yeah. It's well, let's get to that, shall we? And he closes the door. I don't have any warding stuff, unfortunately, yet that I can put on it because, like, right. So, long story short, did you know that the Lady of the Tides is a keeper?
Yeah.
Great. I didn't put that together.
I thought
2 in religion, no ranks, by the way. That's this guy.
Amazing.
I rolled a cult to figure it out. That's why she thought you knew.
It's like, so here's the thing. I was trying to fetter the 2 souls apart in the engine room. Penelope and Ethauntia. Yeah, God, man, there's a lot that's happened. We haven't really had a chance to talk. They were gonna take the souls and take care of them for us, deliver the dragon, and make sure that the Inquisitor would get home, so to speak, or get free and clear. That didn't happen. The lady are feted to, was it Petunia or Penelope that took her? I can't remember. Anyway,
they actually took the soul there.
Yeah,
it was Penelope.
So I was able to put the Lady of the Tides to Penelope, and she took it to the body of the dragon. The Inquisitor, however, I wasn't able to free him and get him where he needed to go. Long story short, in fettering language, well, I don't need to tell you any about that. Long story short, he can only be fettered once to something. That didn't happen because that something was broken. He got fettered to another thing, and then when that went away, he got fettered, and you see his hand flexes and his staff appears in his hand. It was leaning against the wall. So
there is
pop,
a flash of fire when you call it to you now.
Oh, good. Does it damage the wall?
Leaves a little bit of a singe mark, but nothing horrible.
Okay.
Like soot.
Cool. It's like candle flame soot.
Yep.
Okay. It's like pop, and it's like he got fettered to this.
Would you like to make him appear? You can let the spirit out if you want to let it talk.
I'm gonna say no for right now.
Okay.
Gonna say no. But to the more important stuff at hand, the reason I lost my arm was because I was using, well, we're kind of working in tandem a little bit in my trial, and he was able to destroy a demon that had somehow made its way into a recreation of the bust of Everston that was brought in. My trial was to try and recreate what had happened with Everston putting two souls into one thing, to fettering them to one thing. So they put two souls in the bust again. It was pretty spot on to the first time that we did it. My teacher is one of them. He passed. And the other one was my friend, who had also passed. My friend was overtaken by a spirit. And you see him like look down at Everston's shadow. He's like, Gov, is it possible? I'm assuming he can't put him away.
Boss, why?
Everston, I know now.
Put him away how? What are you asking there?
Like, put him away so that he can't hear anything or
no
talk or anything like that. I didn't think so.
It's not an intelligent item, and the fettering is not it's not fettered normally, where you can like, okay, we're not using the magical properties, it's off, it's just on. Now you can allow him out of it within the area, similar to how an abandon will leave its body, because you're an Emerald Order. You can push a spirit out now that you have passed your test, and let them talk and do things and become visible and not just vocal. And you have to do the speak with dead or whatever that spell is. When you do that, it allows the people to see it. But it's up to you if you want to do that.
No, I'm not going to do that now. Mate, I know what happened with your fettering. I know why there were two souls put in to your body. Problem is that your body was made because they recreated your whole body. P.S. I have that suit, and I'm going to make use of it. But I want to change it so it doesn't look exactly like you.
You don't want two Everstons running around?
No, definitely not. But I tell them real quick, I'm like, so there's a part in your body, mate, where there's a tube. It's kind of like, it kind of runs along where the spine would be, that if something happens to the body, it doesn't expel the soul. It keeps it contained, right? So it doesn't get loose or anything
it's like
like
a cap.
That. There's a cap that goes on top of this tube, see? And normally inscription is done on the top of it. Yours, mate, there was something done around the side, and it actually says Bennett in it. But it's written in Croat, which is what that thing is speaking.
So there's shadow. The shadow in the room is smaller because it's light in here because of the light from your staff, but also it's just daytime. So he's kind of slinked in the corner, but he's sitting in one of the chairs, like way distanced away from Everston, like 20 foot. So like stretches from his feet, and he's just lounging in a chair.
He's like, I think that Bennett was taken over by a Croat spirit. It was speaking that. That's what that croaking is, that hollow choice language that we were hearing before. The problem is that cap was made specifically to house that entity, to put it in there with you. All of this was predetermined. I don't know how. I don't know what happened to make it so, because your body was made by the gold vial, by the
Order of Gold.
Order of Gold. It was made by the Order of Gold. So whoever did it under their supervision. And I saw the plans, because they used the plans from your body to recreate the one that was in my trial.
Yep. And for those watching that, the people in the map over there were all people that were at the mage trial, in case you didn't see the side quest. The only one that didn't actually make an appearance is the woman who's partially covered up. But the other ones did. That's the Inquisitor and the staff in the upper right. And then the other ones are all people who worked with him during his trial.
Nora, I don't know. I mean, because I think we figured what you came up with was pretty spot on for how it happened. That soul getting in the bust and all that. But, I mean, this leaves a lot to still be known. Just, I'm curious who made the body specifically to house this thing, if it had just been thrown in there at the last second when the fire started in the house. But there was an incredible amount of forethought, not only to make this thing, but to make sure that what they did out of the ordinary to make the casing still work and house another entity aside from him.
Well, we did find 5 relics. One of them was broken, and that was Bennett's. Then we found... I'm trying to find the side quest. Then we found... because I have the names written down.
Yep.
So...
I had to go back to the old book for that one.
Yep. So, I mean, we had Bennett's, which was cracked, and the spirit wasn't in there anymore. And we figured out that it bound itself to the bust that Everston was in. We have Lila Everston, who left the family to go make her own fortune in Meoshan. We have Gregory Ironsmith. That gentleman does not strike me as the type to be consorting with demons or devils or whatever this spirit was. The 4th one was also wrecked. It said Tyndall Cragen, and when Everston and I talked to him very briefly, he had wanted to know the time, he had wanted to know the date, but he had also been able to overhear what we were talking about, and he said it wasn't the first time he had been out and about. And that's the one that is still, as far as I know, is still stored in the chest. That was the crappy tin matchbox.
Correct.
In that case. So,
you have that still, don't you?
Yep, that's what I'm saying. Like, as far as I know, we still have it.
Is that with you, or would that be back in Merrifield?
That would be back in Merrifield, because it's, well, it'd be in the Whisper, because it'd be in the chest.
Oh, okay. So it would be in the repair yard right now.
So it's in the repair yard right now. So, I mean, and then the fifth one was Calliope's reliquary. So if we're looking for answers and we can't necessarily get them from Bennett because he's either unable or unwilling to talk to us about it, then unless you have any leads as to who was sabotaging things on site here, we might want to talk to Mr. Cragen.
I mean, you could send somebody to go bring because the whole crew is in the city. I mean, they're basically getting fucking shore leave because of the wreck. The ones that weren't damaged or injured, or I don't think anyone on the crew died. I made a roll, but you could send to have that brought back if you guys wanted the chest brought here.
I mean, if that's something that you want to look in right now, especially since the trial has been canceled.
Right. Yeah, that's the other bit I forgot to get to.
Yeah, how does that work?
Well,
in the back, you hear the shadow go, and he stands up, disappears, and reappears behind Oliver.
And if Bennett's not Bennett, what is it?
I think it's another one of these Proact things, these demons.
It says, Bennett.
I'm going to cast Comprehend Languages.
You feel a cold touch on your back, Oliver, as he's like feeling around your back, and he pulls his hand away quickly and like walks around the front of you, and you see like if he's Black Shadow, there's like a void where the eyes would be as he's staring at as you kind of slowly floats away and back into the chair.
I like as Voss is saying, like, we don't even know that's Bennett. I'm like, I think that would be Bennett, because if that cracked, who knows how long he was out in the tides before he was able to bind himself to the bust.
Is Nora gonna understand what the shadow thing just did to... I'm sorry, Nora. Continue.
You all right, mate?
Weak.
I was talking to him, not the...
But I think
he was responding to you.
Oh.
Bennett just went behind me and then, like, poked me. And then...
Oh, everybody can see it. Yeah. The whole shadow, everyone can see it. They couldn't see the eye contact, but everyone else could see it move around the room. And it freely moves like a flickering light. Like, it's common for it to be in different spots.
So, like, when that happened, I think is when I was trailing off, and it's like, I really do think that's Bennett. I think maybe something happened to him while he was floating in the tides, and then I'm like watching as it goes to mess with Oliver, and I'm like getting kind of tense, and then it like backs up and says, and I'm like,
fucking Todd.
I just
fucking blueberry pancakes. Sorry, I'm not gonna break down. He go. Bennett would stand
for the
next
goods
to
reference, by the way. Well done.
Bennett would stand next to Nora, like close enough, and he's like normal size, but like really. He's dressed. You can see he's wearing clothes in the silhouette, in a really bad Cadraic. He would look to Nora and go, Bennett. I'm Bennett.
Is he actually saying that so everybody can hear him, or just me?
Yeah, everyone can hear him. But he's saying it like a broken Cadraic.
And I tell the shadow, like, I'm not doubting you. I believe you. And I'm being sincere when I say it. We're just trying to figure out what happened to you that you're like this now.
He just like shakes his head and shrugs.
When I spoke to the Lady of the Tides, and she offered to separate Bennett, I didn't know it would be like this.
True.
Huh. Well then,
Klaus, do I know? Could I? Sorry.
Points at Oliver. Enemy.
why am
Suddenly Oliver like smoke bomb, boosh, and he's gone.
Oh well, I mean, I don't know.
Oh, okay. I get it now. So Bennett, or whatever is tied to him, is probably something to do with the Winter Court.
Night.
Oh, right. Night Court, yeah. Would you boom you?
what the hell is Night Court?
I was gonna do that too.
The Night Court is, well, it's what Croax come from. Well, not necessarily Croax, but kinda. It's a he kind of giggles to himself, like, it's a little shady. It's hard to explain. There's the Summer Court and the Winter Court. How many courts are there, Eric, in the world that I know
There's
of?
the four
There's the night-
seasons, day and night.
Okay.
Summer runs alongside. They are joined with the day. Winter is joined to the night. They usually don't war with each other. One uses the other usually as their front-running army. So the Summer Court uses the Day Court for their army. They basically were made. They're usually crafted in the Summer Court or in the Day Court. The Night version is usually demons and shadows.
So if this
They
were,
are. They
if
are
this
sorry,
were,
let me back up. They are fae that are possessed by demons, or they are shadows.
got it. Visually, if the seasons were a wheel, would the day and night be out here, Eric? Would they be out here, or would they be in the middle?
Yes,
next to each
correct.
other?
They encompass. Correct.
Okay. Wait, sorry. The seasons encompass the day and night,
No.
or the day and night encompass?
Day and night encompass the seasons.
Okay.
So while I'm just gonna call him out right now. So while Voss is like, yeah, it's a little shady, I kind of look at Oliver and I'm like, is it because he's somehow related to the Summer Courts?
Yeah, it is actually. Just found that out, and
I kind of look at Oliver again.
Once
I'm like,
again, Nora way ahead of the game.
I wanna
Once
do
again,
that. I did it already.
Nora's
Because I
here.
felt-
Everyone finally makes it up the hill. Nora goes, yeah, I'm already here.
I found out during the last side quest when Oliver was telling me about stuff, and then we
I
saw
know. I know.
the thing with his
I know.
contact Summer Court or Winter Court assassins or whatever. So I'm just like, because he's related to the Summer Court somehow. That's exactly how Nora says it too.
yeah,
So-
apparently. Hey, hang on, turn around, mate, and he'll like pull up his shirt. And is like, look, and push him into the sunlight.
All
What?
they
So-
see is a tattoo of a well.
So what you're not seeing is there's a sun that's bouncing in and out of the water. That means that he is nobility, but he is not in the Summer Court now. He is traveling. So whatever he is, and he pulls his shirt down and spins him back around again, and just kind of like pats him on the chest. He's like, he's Summer Court nobility in some way or another. There's a little bit of a siren tinge to the back of it as well.
Is that why the trial got canceled? Is because he's part of the Summer Court and they don't want to start anything with them?
No, exactly how I made that happen. It was
How?
Excuse?
it was what I was going to say is you get a certain amount of things from passing your trial and becoming part of the Emerald Order. The head of the order offered to quash the trial in return for me teaching for a year here in New Boulevard, the college, starting immediately. However, I put a caveat on that. I'm not going to be staying here. I'm taking 2 students with me to Merrifield. So we're going to have a little bit of help. They are students, though. They are under my protection. They're only going to do what I say. I'm not going to have them in the midst of all the bullshit that we seem to find ourselves into every day.
And with that said, the bell at the front door rings. It's like a string, and it actually bell rings. In the high-end hotels, it's a string that they pull at the front desk.
Pole.
Yep, and Oliver, you would know that means there's somebody at the front desk for you. You can use the squawk tubes to talk down, but you're not on trial anymore. Technically, you could just walk down there. You haven't been able to leave your room for 2 weeks. And it rings a second time.
Did the guards come back after I came in, or when
Gone.
they walked up, were there no guards there?
Gone. Relieved of
Oliver
duty.
Flips the flip tube open. Who is it?
Oh, yes, this is the front desk. I'm here. There is a, ma'am? The proprietor and owner of the hotel is here to speak with you.
The proprietor and owner of the hotel. Tell her I'll be right down.
Excellent.
Mate, doesn't your family own this place?
Yes, they do.
All right. Well, this just got interesting. More so than it already is.
Do you just want to head over to Cadra? We can call Rayon up and let him know we have a lead on the language. Like, I'm trying to get us out of there as soon as possible. This woman hiring assassins.
So if that's the case, and you are doing that, the way this hotel is set up, and you guys can decide what you want to do as a group individually, I'll kind of go through the chain of command here. What you see, I'm going to move us here to... The entrance into this place is a grand hotel. There's 2 stairwells that go up like in all the classic movie. Think the Budapest Hotel. There is elevators here with a dumbwaiter, or not dumbwaiter, a bellhop who is there who does all the stuff. But there's also something a little different here. The elevator here is in the center of this building. It has 4 doors that go in and out of it. So you can exit out of whatever side you go up. The reason is there are floors in this hotel that half of the building is like a suite or it is a office. So it's a hotel and it's also office buildings for the first like 4 floors out of this 20-something floor building. One of the largest in New Boulevard. Family state claim.
In this house.
Yep, they state claim. They put their name here, but it's not called the Hastings. It's actually called the Gold Horse. So you can take the elevator down, or you can take the long set of stairs. You, Oliver, are on the 5th floor, and you have a private elevator here that you can actually exit down to the 1st floor. This is the only floor that has a private elevator. It allows people who come here to safely exit out of the back of the building instead of going to the front. Up to you if you would want to use that and walk all the way around to the street, but so you know there is a safe exit here in case you need one.
I just played a large Everready arsenal so that he can throw the elevator if need be.
Okay. Fuck.
Do you?
So, should I actually have a conversation with Mother? Because I feel like I need to have a conversation with Mother.
I feel like if you want to accomplish anything that you had laid out to me in Cadra, you should talk to your mother to at least keep up appearances.
Nora, are you going to be there for that conversation, or will we let him go off by himself?
I was thinking that it might be better for him to have the conversation by himself, and then I remembered all the poor life decisions he's made recently.
Nora.
Right.
Words hurt too, Nora.
I understand,
2d6 mental damage.
but every single I just look at him. I'm like, every single time, I think that you're finally embracing what I see that you can become. You throw it away. So I mean, I'm sorry, words hurt, but right now it's the truth.
One would say there's a song for this that a cat sings called "One Step Forward, Two Steps Back."
Steps back. So I'm going to. Do you want me to stay here with you for this conversation, or do you want to have this conversation yourself?
My fear would be that if I do have company for the conversation, that my mother won't show her true colors.
And that's what I was afraid of. So
I would say mechanically, if you wanted someone to come with you, the conversation that is going to happen, the amount of victory points that you're going to need to influence this conversation are going to be too higher if you bring somebody else. But that's not that bad. There are people in this room who are really good at this stuff. If they can find out what makes your mother tick and know the right skill to use to win that influential battle. Because if you remember how the influence rules work, you have to find what they want to talk about in order to make a roll. Something she's going to be really good at. And her DCs are going to be really high. But there's going to be a few things that you might be able to push her on to win VC or victory condition points better. That is to assume it doesn't fly into combat, because I fucking never know with you guys.
That is true.
Bring Nora. She can do a flying elbow if things go bad.
I did put my strength to 14.
So did I. High five.
Now, there's two scenes that are gonna happen at the same time. Two. So, is everyone going to go down the elevator through the front? And Oliver, are you gonna take the same elevator with them down, or are you gonna take the private one and go through the back rooms and then come out to the front? How would you do that? Are you worried about your well-being with the court being canceled, the trial being canceled, no justice being served, you being deemed innocent in the eyes of the true faith and the theocracy? You were doing your job as an air marshal. And while it is horrible, accidents happen. It could have been worse. That ship could have hit the center of New Boulevard. And that's kind of the statement that you think is going to go out. At least that's what the paperwork said that was given to you when they said the trial is no longer going to happen. You got the write-off, man.
God, I feel like a shit person.
Good. Oliver, I don't know if you know this, but you are a shit person.
Welcome to any game Eric runs. Like, the decisions that you are forced to make are life-changing.
Paramountly bad. Yeah, they're life-changing. Yeah, it is. You would say sometimes I blow people up. What do you want to do?
Happens.
Oliver's not going to use the privilege of having a secret elevator to go down.
Okay.
He's going to go down and face whatever the fuck justice is going to come out of this.
All right.
Did Bellhop or whatever, did the messenger say that the proprietress was coming up here to meet with Oliver, or was Oliver supposed to go downstairs to meet with her?
He didn't get to say, because Oliver said I will meet her at the front desk, so there was nothing said.
Okay.
He cut it off short, beating his mom from coming up here.
I missed that part.
Yep, because he said I'll be down in a minute.
That being said, Nora, would you be able to accompany me for this conversation with my mother that I'm about to have?
Yes.
I need to know who only 2 other people can fit in the elevator with Everston at a time, because it's a 4-person elevator. He takes up 2 of those slots. So I need to know who the 2 going down with Everston are, and I need to know what group is going down first. So who's
Voss,
group 1?
Could you do me a favor?
Sure, mate. What you need?
You use the secret elevator?
He could, but when he exits that, he's going to have to make a roll, because there are guards at the bottom.
My thought for that is, I mean, my mother owns the establishment anyway. It doesn't make a difference. Okay, never mind. It's inconsequential. But my thought was, my mother might not take kindly to the fact that you're walking around with you-know-who's currently the staff.
Only people
So-
who know that are the ones he's told, so don't tell her.
Yeah, don't spread that information around, mate. That's not for anyone's ears but ours because it greatly affects us and what we're going to be able to do in the future.
If a staff could give a look to kill, Oliver would have just got it. Is it
it because I killed
flickers
him
and fire
technically?
swirls
Is
in
it-
the gem and then it dies out?
Is it because I took away his corporeal form and shoved him into a stick that Voss is carrying around?
Because you said, yeah, he's a problem, so kill him. Yeah, that's probably why.
Captain
Just saying, I'd be
Oh,
pissed
fuck me.
if it
Captain
were me.
Hastings, let us go down first to meet your mother. Perhaps
Okay.
in that conversation we can provide some sort of distraction for Voss and Everston to leave peacefully.
Okay, so Oliver and Nora are going down first. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the second group is going to be Everston and Everston and Voss. All right. So
You know what? Hang on. Because I was going to do this anyway, possibly to overhear the conversation, but fuck it. Because I haven't done this yet. I'm going to cast Pest Form,
okay,
and Voss is going to turn
Wizard shit.
into a... Voss is going to turn into a lizard that is tiny size. And he's going to crawl up and sit on Everston's arm.
what type of things can you turn into? Because I will give you something that makes more sense for the area.
It says, let's see.
Hotel.
You can decide the specific type of animal, such as a rat or a praying mantis. It's a tiny form, such as a cat, an insect, a lizard, or a rat. I can't do anything flying unless I heighten the spell to 4th level, which I can't do yet.
Okay, so I was gonna give you flying, but never mind.
A dormouse?
Cats are common. Dogs are common. Lizards are not common here. Oh no, that's not true. No. Lizards are common here, but they are usually kill on sight.
Oh, well, we don't want that.
Like I said, what type of pest is going to be in this fancy hotel?
Well, they're kill on sight in the city because they're remnants of the Akata invasion.
Oh, God. Probably... Are there cats in the hotel, like to hunt mice or anything like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Okay, I'll probably do one of those. I'll probably
Okay.
turn into a cat
they are
then.
small cats. They are like tiny cats because they're made to crawl between the walls, take care of things, so on and so forth. And they are fey looking, so you look like a fey-like cat.
Got it. I'll be like, right,
He
let's
could just
go
put you in a
ahead.
bag.
No.
So he's gonna carry you.
I want to be out. I want to be out so I can see stuff.
Okay, so you're following him then.
Good try at the wizard lizard though.
Wizard lizard. That's right.
That would have been great.
You could have just.
fucking bird cat.
You're smart enough to know that would be bad here. If it
Yeah,
would have
so
been
I'll do-
Oliver asking that question, I wouldn't have said anything.
Thanks.
I'll do cat. I'll be like, Everston, can you just trying to carry this, and I'll hand him the staff.
Why? You can just call it to you.
Yeah, but considering where we are, I don't want to give it the. We're in a place that is owned by someone that can cross the realms.
You think you've never seen her do it. You just know
You're
she's
right.
from. The
I
Fey
don't
Lands.
know for sure, so I'm not taking the chance on it.
Okay, so Oliver, you're also carrying a staff. I'm just making sure this is correct.
No,
before
not
I start
Oliver.
the-
No, fucking
I
Everston.
am.
Everston's
Carrying it.
carrying the staff. All right, well that's a little
Yeah.
different.
I'll,
Okay.
I'll hide it in the flat gun just in case.
Oh my god,
It's gone.
please fire the fire inquisitor.
Has
out of
anyone
the
ever
cannon.
wondered what happens when you break a rod of wondrous parts? What happens when it's an Inquisitor and a Nexus staff? Find out today on episode 10 of Dark Tides. So,
Final episode.
yeah, right?
Shoot the staff.
Okay. So, the scene for the first group going down is Oliver and Nora. There's two other people in the elevator. The bellhop sees Oliver come forward. He says, Mr. Hastings, I can take them to their destination and come down and get you privately, or if you're willing to ride with us, we are going up 4 floors and back down. And they look at each other like, Mr. Hastings. And they see who it is.
Oh boy.
The first one goes, I'm not riding with that murderer. And they get out. And the other one goes, murderer? And they're like, he's the one who crashed the Whisper into the docks and killed over 300 people. And they walk down the hallway. And the guy goes, I didn't hear about that. Oh, you can ride with us if you want. I don't care.
I'll stay for the ride.
Hey, you get it? The bellhop goes, okay, Mr. Hastings. And they go up the 4 floors. And there's a uncomfortable silence in the room for a little bit. And the guy, as he's leaving, he goes, shit happens, man. I get it. And he opens the door and gets out. And the bellhop goes, first floor, boom, and pulls it. So you're going 8 floors down. Or no, 9 floors down.
This is the second character that has crashed a vehicle into a crowded area and killed a bunch of people.
My second character
can I
that
tell
lost
you?
a hand. Just rolling them up.
I just wanted I wanted court to happen, just so you know, so you could be like, it was the Shadow's fault and you're trying to blame it on him. I just wanted to see the Shadow argument, because it would be the opposite of the Wookiee defense.
Ghost that never lies.
So as you guys hit the first floor, these big golden doors part open. It exits next to the main desk, and as you walk out, the bellhop goes, she is in the conference room down the hall, Mr. Hastings. And in the lobby, there are a bunch of people sitting in like the chairs and stuff that you would have in a hotel lobby. They are all well adorned, suits, nice accoutrements of like jewelry. They are well to do, more so and even more out of place than a noble would be inside of this, because their heraldry that they're wearing and the stuff they're wearing looks very fey. And there are 5 of them sitting down here. When they see you come down, they don't look at you or anything. When you walk by, Nora, as soon as Oliver's back is to them, they all look up at him. Like in unison.
Okay.
You would catch that out of the corner of your eye. I rolled an 18. Your passive's higher than that. As you make your way down the hall, the elevator goes back up. On the 5th floor, I would ask, Everston, are you waiting in the room or are you just waiting for the elevator?
Probably waiting for the elevator.
Okay. So Bennett looks to you while you're waiting for the elevator. Some people get off on this floor. You see his hand come out and he reaches into their pocket and pulls out a set of keys, drops them on the floor. The next person he comes out, he reaches into their pocket, pulls out a handkerchief that's monogrammed, throws that on the floor.
Stop that, please.
Need safety. And the last person who walks by, he reaches in and pulls out a wallet, looks at it, and pulls out the Gales. And when he tosses the wallet, it just vanishes. And he folds up the Gales and hands them to you.
I don't need stolen money. Why are you doing this now? Why are you become so disruptive?
Not safe. Need to be safe.
Well, if I had known you would become this shadow, I never would have asked for it.
How would he say this? He would say,
Words.
Son, the sun can find me. Not safe.
If you are Bennett, you should be fine. You're dead. No one's going to pursue you.
Was hiding.
Like if Thomas could sigh, I would.
Yeah, you can. It sounds like that.
It's just a
Yeah, just of steam and soul material. And the elevator comes up and pings. We cut back down to the first floor. You guys are outside the door into the conference room. Doors closed. Solid red oak doors. A tree that has not been around in a long time. And it just has the Hastings emblem on the door. What do you three now want to do?
Well, there's no point in holding this off any longer than it needs to. Shit. And Oliver goes in.
Nora goes in after him. Like she just has that look of like, okay. And she just goes in. Like she was thinking maybe they could talk about like a cover story as to why she was accompanying him, and instead he's just like, shit. Oh well.
So you open the doors then? I actually two things. Do you open the doors? One, two. Can Voss? Can you speak in that form?
Um,
I don't think you can.
Starts screeching bird noises to the cat.
I gained the animal trait.
So no, you can't speak.
Yeah.
Can't speak, can't cast. But you can hear, which is what you wanted. You also need to look and see if you can dispel it, is what I wanted to know.
I can dismiss it, yeah.
It does that dismiss as a trait? All right.
But
All right.
I have, it lasts for 10 minutes, so I'm keeping a mental clock of how long I have.
So as you walk in... Oh, are you opening the door? Sorry. Oliver. Are you opening the door?
Yeah, he's opening the door.
Oh, I was gonna lean in like, is this something where you open the door or does someone open it for you? And Oliver's just like, book. And I'm like,
so you open the door. Inside there is the big table, like a long oval table. There are 2 chairs at one end, and then there is a partition visor with a like sunset. Think of them like those partitions that you would have in a room, like if someone's getting dressed. But there is that there with the sun being set, and there's a silhouette behind it. And then outside of that, there are 2 guards with polearms and pistols. They are in elven armor, ornate. And it's like a mirror finish gold. And then your mother walks up behind you. Oliver, is Miss Tenwick joining us for this conversation?
Yes, Mother. Miss Tenwick has become a dear friend of mine.
She
and
goes-
I requested her presence.
And somebody goes down the hall and comes back with another chair. And your friend points to the cat. When did you get a familiar? Or a pet? And she like leans down to it.
I was sticking around. I didn't realize I was going in the room. I was sticking around with Everston.
Oh, I thought you went with them.
No.
You're not there. Toss you away.
Okay.
So then, 2 chairs. Excellent. Well, Miss Tenwick, I have to tell you that this conversation was meant for family only, but since Oliver has thrust this upon you, I am going to give you the option to leave now if you wish. Otherwise, you will be involved in matters outside of the True Faith's jurisdiction.
as an investigator, Mrs. Hastings, I am well versed in dealing with people who do not believe in the true faith. That would not be an issue for me here.
This isn't the belief thing. This is a treaty.
I don't really think that would matter to Nora. Like, she's already doing
Okay.
shady stuff with Morse.
Okay.
Like,
Excellent. All right. All right.
she just kind of says, I understand, but my investigations, again, take me to quite a few different places.
Okay. Well, then
If
follow
you
me.
feel that strongly about me being here, I
I do not care either way, Miss Tenwick. I simply wanted to offer you an out or an escape if you wish not to be tied in these affairs. I know my son likes to make how do I say, unthought through, unpolished decisions. It can be good, but many times it puts them in a bind, which is where we are right now.
I kind of look to Oliver, and then I think Oliver for sure knows that part of this is me leaning into it, not just like purposely being mean, but taking the opportunity to be like, I am well aware of your son's decision-making skills, and I have a feeling I would be tied into this somehow, regardless. So that being the case, I guess I'd rather be here for when it happens.
And the rest of what about the rest of your group that has been working in Merrifield, Oliver? Once this is over, are you going to involve them as well? And this is outside the door. You guys have not walked in yet. And that silhouette is still behind the screen on the other side.
To be honest, Mother, I hadn't made the decision there.
She reaches for the door and closes them before you walk in. She goes, you need to make that decision before we go in here. I don't wish the gentleman inside to understand or hear this conversation.
Then yes, I would like to include them as well.
Okay. I think you should ask them that before we do this. Let me go parley with the gentleman inside. Are your friends near, or do you need time?
A few
minutes. Expecting just you. A few minutes? I will give you 30. Is that long enough? The way you speak sounds like they're on the property.
That should be long enough, yes.
Miss Tenwick, you are welcome to sit out here. I will have refreshments brought to you. I would recommend a stiff drink before we do this. The bar is down the hall, private. The door is unmarked.
Thank you for your hospitality, and I will go drink even though I don't need to.
Oliver, you can show her where that room is on the way. You know your family always has private bars for people. It's unmarked. It's a room. Think of speakeasy, no windows. There's maybe like 10 seats in it. It's like a narrow hall, but it's all the best you can get. And there's always a bartender in there because it is a spirit.
Yeah. Oliver will show her the room and then find a place more private for Voss to not be a cat.
And I will cut us to you showing up as the elevator comes down with Everston and the cat. And you are standing outside of it, I assume. Bing! Bellhop's like, ground floor. Oh, Mr. Hastings.
Stephen?
No, I'm not Stephen. That's my brother.
You both. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Oh, no issue. You can call me Stevens, Mr. Hastings, if you would like.
Everston, can you come with me? There's something we need to talk about.
Of course.
Bellhop pets the cat, not knowing any better.
Oliver will just give the cat a look like,
I purr.
Excellent. And you guys wander, I'm assuming, where? I mean, it's your hotel. Pick what you want. Well, it's your family's hotel. Pick whatever you think fits what you want to do. Is it another conference room? Is it a private room? Is it out in the lobby? Is it like in that side lobby, off the lobby, when people want to be private, but it's still in fucking public?
It's got to be a private room that has like one of those small bars built into it.
So you could ask the front desk. The front desk would accommodate immediately. And you pull them into the private room. As that happens, the spirit phases through the wall at the bar. He says, excuse me, I am entertaining a Miss Tenwick on the other side. Would you like me to tell her to come over here?
Absolutely, yes.
I will. And it phases back through. Nora, did you order a drink when you walked in here?
Yes, because I do not want to anger a powerful woman by refusing her hospitality.
So there are two other people in here. One is an elf. 100%. Ears out. Know it is. Probably never seen an actual elf in real life.
Wow.
I don't think any of your investigations have been. He is dressed in a vest, a button-up shirt. He has got a bolo on, not a tie, not a bow tie, but an actual bolo. On the ends of it, there is a moon. On the other one, there is a sun. He has got his sleeves unbuttoned and rolled up. He has got some form of elven scribe all over his left arm. And when you order a drink, he smiles. He's like, "It's the best stuff that they have here." And then the spirit would walk through the wall and go, "Miss Tenwick, there's 2 gentlemen and a cat on the other side in the bar adjoining to us. If you'd like to use that door." And as he points, the door lights with magic and opens.
As soon as he
not
walks
common.
through the wall,
Okay.
I'm going to change back.
Okay. So the magic appears, the door opens. Magic is not a common place in these establishments. Almost everything is modern technology, a push, a button, a pedal. And the guy looks at you who's sitting next to you and goes, "Are you here for the meeting as well?"
As moral support, I guess, for Mr. Hastings.
I'm glad I'm not the only person being pulled around for meetings that I don't want.
Cheers to that, sir. And I kind of hold up my glass and salute and clink.
He clinks you and goes, "Are you allowed to say which side of the treaty you are on?"
I would tell you if I knew.
Are you with...
And that's me being honest. I don't
Yeah.
know exactly what's going on.
Uh,
Like I said, I'm here as a
are you
support.
with Celia Nu? Lavender is her first name.
Would that be Mr. Hastings' mother?
Oh, yes. Yes. She would be Miss Hastings to you. Correct.
Then yes, I suppose I'm here as her son's guest.
Then we will be, unfortunately, on the opposite sides of this treaty. So may this drink be enjoyable.
And I just again smile and nod and say, "Well, it's nice having a pleasant conversation with you."
I need a
Before-
perception check from you before we go into intermission.
Okay. Like,
And then
she's
the
just
group
trying-
can talk back behind the scenes here about what's about to happen.
She's just trying her best.
Yeah.
So
No,
now-
Yep.
I'm going to use a hero point because that sucked.
All right. Let's burn through these puppies.
I got 23.
Okay. You look over him. He has got a book with him that is a journal. He has got 2 different color writing utensils with him. One is a feather. The other is an actual fountain pen that is capped sitting there. You also notice that he has a leather bag sitting next to his chair. His leg is wrapped around it, so someone cannot steal it from him. The outside of that has the moon and the sun on it as well. There's a circle there on the outside. His hair is pulled back. Everything about him is proper, but the way he is dressed and what he has is all about ease of use. You're pretty sure you're dealing with somebody who has got a skill very similar to yours. And it becomes very apparent when you're leaving the room and you out of the corner of your eye catch him sizing you up exactly the same way.
He notices my leather brown journal with the
Yes.
pen that is cold iron and the cane. Yep. Okay.
Yep. And then you walk through the door and the door shuts and then the glow, the spirit comes back through the other side and goes, Oh, Mr. Hastings, there seems to be an intruder, and points at Voss.
No, mate. I was a cat before. It's fine.
Oh, she'll be quite upset. That's a shame. What can I get you all to drink?
I already have my drink, so I just
Right.
sit down.
I'm going to
Taking
take
notes.
some straight grain alcohol if you have it.
Oh,
Oh,
hold on.
dear.
And he phases down and comes back up with a mason jar and sets it down.
Summer blended whiskey, please.
The private reserve, Hastings. 22 years ago. And he pours some out. Sets it down.
Now I know what
White.
similar means.
You
I always
do?
thought it was a cheeky colloquialism that my mother came up with.
And you, Everston, if you'd like, I have a few. And he like reaches down, he sets down trinkets. He goes, I have souls that are criminals if you burn them for fuel. I have oil if you'd like to repair any of the squeaky joints that you have. And then I do also have these polished golden screws and bolts if you would like to adorn yourself in a little more majesty.
I appreciate it, thank you, but I'm good.
The shadow reaches out and grabs the grain alcohol and takes a drink and sets it down.
Stop.
You see him go from 2-dimensional to 3-dimensional for a minute, and then it fades away. And then he sits on a stool. And the spirit looks at him and goes, I will not ask. Enjoy. The proprietor says that you have roughly 30 minutes. At this point, I would say 25. If there's anything that you would like, let me know. I will be happy to get it for you. That is it from me. And he phases away, and then a little bell goes poof and appears on the counter.
So I'm going to start by asking just a single question to all of you.
And we're going to go to intermission. So thank you, everybody, for watching so far. We do a 13-minute intermission. We finished the silent film Nosferatu. So we're now going to be watching the classic The Terror. If anyone's seen that, it is not a silent movie, but it is public domain, so I get to play it, which is super
it is
awesome.
Jack Nicholson, baby.
Yep. On top of that, if you have not purchased Stream Loot cards, if someone wants to put that in the chat, Stream Loot cards, we are running out of hero points, and they need some monies. On top of that, if we hit that 500 mark, the tier 2 of the cards will get released. I'm super excited. I put a lot of work into the tier 2 cards, so I can't wait. And that'll also put us, I believe, in a partner status with Stream Loots, which allows me to do more for everybody else, which is super fucking cool. So play your cards, get them rolling, everything you need to do. We're going to take our 13-minute intermission, get your popcorn, get your drinks. I'm going to grab a beer, and we'll see you shortly. And we'll talk behind the scenes on how they're going to handle this non-trial return to home.
separated from my regiment at Arstadt. Do you have any drinking water? I'm very thirsty.
Clear water from the mountain.
Thank you. Hello. I'd like a word with you. You never said goodbye to me. In fact, you never even said hello. It isn't an act of treason to talk to me. I'm a weary, disillusioned soldier, and you're the only pleasant sight that I've seen in 7 months. Go ahead, it's permitted for you to laugh. Wait, you haven't told me your name.
My name's Elaine. Come on, I want to show you something.
What's wrong?
Rest yourself, young man. You're safe here. Here, take this for your strength. God knows help is a very rare thing in this forest. Take it whenever it's offered to you.
That bird, he attacked me.
I'm afraid you're wrong. She's quite harmless. Here. Hold out your arm. She only seems dangerous. Actually, she's very affectionate, which is very unusual for a bird.
Take it back.
Oh, that is too bad. Little girl liked him, didn't you? This is Gustav. He brought you here. Gustav fed your horse.
Where's Helene?
This is Helene.
No, not the bird. The girl. Where is the girl?
There is no girl.
Of course there's a girl. I saw her. She spoke to me.
Perhaps you were tired from your long journey and had a pleasant illusion. Gustav, have you ever seen a girl here? Gustav sometimes imagines things. If he could speak, I think we would find that his mind is warped. Such is the will of God, to endow and deprive. The only thing of beauty you'll find in this forest is Helene.
Yeah. So we are going to dive into this. And before I do, thank you for those who picked up more card packs and are playing cards. I see Sunburst laying them down right now. And as I'm doing this intro right now, getting us back in, feel free to play those. The group is inside the bar, the hidden bar, and the Golden Horse, owned by the Hastings family. These bars share a wall. And a pivotal moment just happened. Nora realized that the other side is got talent. And having what may be another investigator or someone skilled in the same arts as she is means that she's definitely going to have to be part of this meeting. We also know that Oliver has some decisions to make. And we're going to see if Oliver can actually make the right ones tonight. If he can redeem himself, if he can prove the reason that the trial was called off is because the true faith is correct, he is good at what he does, if he actually is a protector, because Merrifield, the city itself, has proven that this group does know how to save what many believe to be the unsavable. You can't fix a ghost town. You can't bring it back. And they are doing it. So with that, I'm going to bring us back into the scene on the other side of the bar with Oliver's question to the group. Oh, Oliver, feel free to keep playing cards right now while we're in the scene, everybody. Totally fine with that. And before we go into this meeting, but when I switch us to the meeting, the cards. Oliver, what's your one question?
So, depending on what my mother has planned, I might be walking us all into a shit show. I've already done that on several occasions, and I do not wish to lead you all into another one again. So this time I'm going to do what I haven't done prior. I'm going to give you the option to leave and let me deal with this on my own. As terrifying a thought as that is. Otherwise, if you do accompany me into whatever that room holds, I will be in your debt.
What else is new?
It's a fair point, Voss.
Right. Do we have any idea what type of shit show we're walking into here?
Well, we're walking into a shit show where they've got one of me on their side.
Really?
The nice elven gentleman that I was talking to in the other bar carries his gear in a very similar way that I do. Easy access, easy to take notes, very astute. And as I was leaving, he was looking at me the same way I was looking at him, which was sizing up the opposition.
Nora, how do you feel you compare to this Fey gentleman?
Want to give me a roll? You can. I'll let you know what your size up actually gives you on him. You could use legal lore if you want, even.
Legal lore? Yeah, I'll go legal lore. That gives me one better, so 24.
You've not heard of him directly, but you have heard, or I should say murmurings, of a elf that works court cases between the material and the other planes. He is rarely seen, besides in the courtroom. You never see him like milling about or anything like that. He's in the courtroom, maybe on site, and gone. His name is Triodo. Triodo. They believe he is an investigator that uses his ancestors to assist his cases. No proof of that, just murmurings, but he's never lost.
So that's what I tell you guys then.
Well, him being an elf puts not too fine a point on how long he's been doing this and how long he's never lost. That's Eric, is that a knowledge arcana for planes? Like, could I do a roll to see if I know anything about him?
You can do an arcana. You're going to get different information than what she got.
Okay. Damn it, that was almost a 19. That's a 14. I probably haven't heard of him.
Do you want to use a hero point? You got to refresh during intermission.
Yeah, this is probably pivotal enough that I can do that.
All right.
Are you fucking me?
No, I'm not. I'm in Milwaukee or in LA.
I rolled a 3 again. So
14?
Still 14.
Never heard of them. Never heard of them. Never seen it.
Cool.
You have seen one elf in your time. They worked in the Emerald Order. They were one of the people who came over to help teach. What would it be? It would teach linguistics with the dead from other planes of existence. But it's not him, so it doesn't help. All right. Anybody else want to make any checks at all before you guys answer Oliver?
Is there a reason that you're getting pulled into this, Oliver? Like, we kind of already have enough shit on a plate to deal with.
If I had to...
Let me give you advice as a friend. You can say no. You can say no to taking things on, mate. You don't have to prove yourself to everybody.
I'm aware. Whether I say yes or no, there's going to be consequences for my mother. I know her. And the option there is so that you don't have to get dragged into either of those consequences with me.
Right, mate. But as we've found, as our very limited history together has shown, if you're in something, we're usually in it too. So I'm just saying, if you don't want to, you don't have to.
Say that, but we don't know his family like he does. He could say no, and we end up getting pulled into it anyway.
True. There is a certain
on the back foot.
Hmm?
If we say no, we get pulled into it anyway. Then we're behind the 8 ball. I mean, not that I want to add more things to our plate, but...
Well, I mean, we could be behind the 8 ball, or we could say, we didn't choose this. This is not our problem when it comes down to it. Like, we could either be behind the 8 ball, or we could be behind the cue ball. I mean, it depends on which way it goes. History notwithstanding, I think it's probably going to be behind the 8 ball, just if our luck continues to roll the same way. But that's neither here nor there. If you need help, I mean, I think that if Nora's counterpart is involved in this, it's probably not something small that we're getting pulled into here. I'm just saying the thought is there that we don't have to say yes if there's an option. We are still trying to rebuild a town and solve a murder, like multiple murders, what Nora is. And I've got students now.
Everston and I potentially have an appointment in Cadra tomorrow, depending on how this shakes out.
Cadra? Okay. I'll rest my case. There's enough going on.
I don't know what it's like with your family. What I can recall of mine in the past, they worked hard to make sure life was good for all of us, whether we wanted it or not. And the only advice I can give is do what I did. Die and come back 40 years later when they're all dead, and then you don't have to deal with their problems anymore.
Oliver,
Everston's rediscovering his sense of humor.
Everston.
I would not recommend doing that.
God.
Other way, it's not great.
I appreciate your advice, Everston, but unfortunately my parents are not mortal. At least my mother is not mortal. And me perishing would only postpone the inevitable.
Well, it's still an option if you need it. I can help you. No problem.
I'll keep it in
You
mind.
just say the word.
He throws Oliver as an ever-ready arsenal.
He throws the staff into Oliver as part of the ever-ready arsenal.
I cast biggest yeetus, and he is gone.
All right. So, is there anything else? And what is your all response to Oliver's question? There's been a lot of back and forth and some checks, but no one's really responded to him other than, you can say no, Oliver. So I want to put that back on the table.
Nora's opinion was you can't say no.
Okay.
Because if you say no, you're going to get it anyway, and it's going to be worse.
How do they work?
I mean, clearly listen to Nora. She is the smartest.
This guy is good at what he does. I don't know if I can even hold a candle to him, but if you have any hope of getting out of whatever this is, you're gonna need all the help you can get. And if you've only got like 20 minutes left, that's me. And I'm pretty confident in my abilities. So maybe we can at least try and get you with a lesser sentence, depending on what this is even all about.
Okay.
So I'm in.
What about the rest of you? That's one. One is in. What about the rest of you?
Wow. Sunburst. Just for that, I will no longer fight you. You are now unfightable. That was amazing.
Just pull me. Just die and come back 40 years later.
So
easy.
Easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. What, Voss, what are you saying to this?
I mean, if this is in fact, Like, do I have the sense that this is in place of the trial, like something's happening behind the scenes?
Nope.
Or is this totally different?
100% separate.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I mean, the only reason I'm going in is because, like I said, he said, "Well, it sounds like we're on opposite sides of this conversation." And then his mother talked about trees, so that's why I'm like, if this is against Oliver somehow, then he's going to need all the help he can get, and I don't know if I'll be enough, but maybe I can help stem the tide. That's kind of where Nora's at.
All right, here's my problem. Either I go in without that, and I point to my staff that's leaning in the corner, or I don't go in. Because I know that this is not the type of thing that wants to involve certain parties. That being said, if I need that because of what this place is, who owns it, who's tricksing about in it, there may be no way for me to actually pull it in like I would normally do. Many places, especially if there are war councils or the like meeting for some reason, they are intrinsically protected against people just showing up out of the blue illegally. I might add, I say that like because teleportation's illegal. But I mean, if it's the Fae, who knows? They probably wouldn't care. That being said, it's probably protected against that. I don't know that I could pull that in. I don't know the situation about this room or what this building is constructed by, or what glyphs are warding it, or whatever. So what I'm going to say, it's probably best if I stay out and I hear back from y'all later. That being said, Everston, I mean, if the three of you go in, I can watch the outside. Stand vigilant out there. I'm just saying, I don't know what kind of use I'm going to be because of my look at my arm against situation that I've acquired.
Don't take this the wrong way, Voss. I was thinking maybe you should sit out anyway, between what the twins told us, how they feel about most Vulg, and then the fact that the bartender said, "Oh, she's not going to be very happy about that." When
yeah, I was thinking that as well.
Yeah, having a Vulg sitting at our side of the table might not be a good idea.
Also, I have a hunch as to what this might be about.
Care to enlighten the class, since we're about to walk in blind?
Remember when Penelope and Petunia were talking about how the Winter Court wanted to go after what we were trying to deliver into the Eye of the Storm?
Yeah.
You know who delivered said thing into the Eye of the Storm that also was born to a mother who's a noble of the Summer Court?
Right, yeah. I mean, the Winter Court was trying to find it, right? I mean, that's what she was telling me. Like, they were trying to make it not happen, so... I don't know.
Did I start a fucking war?
Quite possibly, mate. I mean, you know, poor life choices and all that. I lost an arm. I mean, the good news is I can deal with the dead once they're dead.
Are you telling him to kill himself? Like what?
No, I'm just saying if someone dies, you know,
okay.
I won't let them become a wraith in the dark tides or anything.
Okay,
I'll make sure they have a nice, happy home.
I was making sure. All right. So Voss is staying out of it. Nora's going in. That leaves Everston.
Voss is actually going to, is like, I think, and he'll pull his staff to him and like take a last swig of his alcohol and like set it down. Like,
when you reach for it, it is empty.
The glass is?
You got about half. The other half's gone.
So my last swig is gone?
Correct. It is stolen from you.
Dickbag.
The ghost shows back up. I'm sorry, is there a issue? Also, you have 5 minutes before... what was that? Yes, before the beginning of the meeting.
Now, Everything's good, mate. I'll set the glass down. Like, tasty that. Thank you very much.
Would you like more? I have 2 more jars.
No, I'm good. Just out of curiosity, though, that 22-year reserve, was that made when he was made? And I point to Oliver.
How old are you, Oliver?
21.
No, but I have the one from his year if you're interested.
Maybe later.
Excellent. You let me know if you change your mind. 5 minutes, now 4. And he wanders.
And he'll walk out into the lobby.
All right, when you walk out, his mother is standing outside the door.
I will close it behind me and give her a nod.
Okay. She goes, Voss, Calcor, correct? Recent graduate and now appointed Federer of the Emerald Order.
I kind of stick my staff on an angle and give her a bow, like, my lady.
Oh, no reason. Formality doesn't really do much here. I'm just a noble. I'm not special.
I'll give her a look up, down once. I'm like, your beauty alone is enough for reverence.
Right now, she has long red, like sunset hair. She's in a black and blue coat and dress ensemble. A white shirt underneath, and she has a bow tie on.
Neat.
The bow tie has a sun in the center of it. She goes, are you joining us today, Mr. Calcor? I would like your opinion, of course, as someone who speaks of the dead, since we are currently in the midst of arguments about murdering people.
I think that given my, how shall we say, relationship with members that work with the true faith, it would probably be best for me to sit out of this accord and give it the space that it requires.
What would I need to pay you to change your mind?
His demeanor changes. He becomes less formal. It's like, oh, listen, love, if there's money on the table, we can talk about whatever you need. I mean, that being said.
Well, then name your price.
Well.
And I will tell you if I will pay it.
Well, here's the thing. Let's walk with me for a second. He's going to lean his staff against the pillar.
Oh, like outside the door, you mean?
Yeah.
And she goes, sure. And she walks with you to wherever you want to go. You just like go down and around the hall, around a corner or something?
I'll keep the staff in eyes view, but like I'm going to walk away a little bit so that we have a little bit more privacy.
All right, so you're down a hall. Like one way would go back to the lobby. This way goes down the hall into some other area where more rooms are and so on.
Is it busy or is it?
Nope. This is a private area. This is where conferences and businesses are, but you can see at the end there are velvet ropes up, so nobody else is allowed to come down here.
Got it.
You do, though, at the end of the hall, see a gentleman standing there, looking down the hall, waiting impatiently. And he's the same one wearing that elven-style clothing. He's not an elf, but he's wearing that kind of fey-looking clothing. Yeah, they were in the lobby earlier.
I was getting pet at that point. I wasn't really paying attention. So I didn't really
That's when you left the elevator. This would have been once you're past the elevator and out. They're all in the lobby.
Oh, gotcha.
So,
like, madam, what exactly do you need from me?
I just need your presence in there. There is an argument over if something or someone died in your land who has property rights.
Of the person?
Of the spirit.
Nobody. Lives aren't tradable. It's not how...
They're not tradable here.
Right. And I'll take out one of my coins of summer and flip it up and down and be like, I know things work differently where you're from.
Huh. Well, then you understand that it is legal where I'm from.
It is, but being what I am.
How is 10,000 gales?
Just to sit in and give my advice?
When I ask your opinion, what I need you to agree with me on is that the soul is property of my court. Because it died on my land.
I would have to say, madam, that legally, in your land, you would be correct.
Excellent. Hold out your hand. And she reaches into a dress pocket. She holds her hand out. Are you in?
I'm going to look back at the staff and look back at her. I haven't held my hand out yet. And just one thing. If I go in, well, actually, you own this place, so you could probably answer this question.
My husband owned it, but yes.
If I were to say, pull that into the room at some point, if things get heated or I think I need it, would I be able to?
We are on private property. We're on private property. Teleportation is not disallowed if is used in a responsible manner. If I have to cite the rules of transportation in what is known as a Polaris, aka a plane or place of travel, I can. Mumbo jumbo. What it really means in plain speak is if you are using magics from another plane of existence, I can therefore say you are from another plane of existence. You are a Volg. This is arguable. We shouldn't have to.
What?
We shouldn't have to argue it.
Fair enough. That being said, I will let you know that if that comes in, there will be a presence of the true faith in the room. And I know that that is probably not the best for your intentions.
I would ask you to leave that out of the room.
That's understandable. If things go...
you have sideways, as many say, I will take us to another place.
That could be problematic.
You either want the 10,000 gales or you don't.
I'm assuming you would take us through the veil. If that happened.
You would no longer be here. I will say that.
Well, that would have to come with me if that happens.
I would recommend carrying it in then. Just don't activate it unless death is in order. And I do not wish to kill anyone during this. The argument is over something that passed. I'm not here to create more problems. We are here to sign a treaty. I just need proof from someone in the material that can say the soul belongs to me.
As far as I know, legally that would be the case, right?
It's not humanoid, so it's hard to say. Laws get real fuzzy there on spirits. Animals, pets, things like that, those get fettered, given back to the family, or they're put into, soul stallions, or they're put into things to help with tilling fields. They're put into a Thomas to make them be able to function properly. But let's say you kill an owlbear, a creature of myth, and you bring that back, gets fuzzy.
If I kill it in the material and bring it back to the
No, just period. Just having souls of creatures that are not humanoid. There's really they're not humanoid. No one cares.
Got it.
It's like the AI argument. It's like artificial intelligence argument. Like, yeah, but they're wild animals.
It's true. Although we use that type of stuff in what we do here all the time. So
You do. Yep. 100%.
yeah. So I mean, yeah, I would probably go along with that line of thought then, if it were.
You would be willing to put your true name down for this as a signature to the treaty?
Sorry, love. I'm not signing any deals with any Fae. Not today. I've got enough shit on my plate.
15,000 gales?
Again, not gonna sign something with the Fae. I'm not entering into a binding contract with anybody from across the Vale.
It's not that. It's not a binding contract. It's so that if the treaty is broken or something happens, we can call upon those people in need. Think of it more like an instantaneous communication.
Communication or summoning?
Both.
Yeah, I'm not okay with that.
Then I'm
We're
not
dealing
okay.
with.
And she turns and
dealing
says,
with a lot of stuff.
I
here
wish you the
that I can.
best. Oliver could have used your assistance. It's okay sometimes to leave people to hang. And she walks by you.
Well, you know your son, so.
Ghost comes out of the wall as you guys are having your conversation. The door opens. A man walks across the hall. One of the guards from the other room comes to the bar. And Everston, during that time frame that this elapsed, what did you end up telling Oliver? Are you in or are you out?
I will go back to my staff and guard the door.
So really, the one time that it would have been a good idea for Voss to go along with it, he's like, no.
Says the woman in chat saying, Boss, why are you negotiating with a Black Widow?
Because you're trying to get more money out of her, bro.
Everston?
Oh, man.
Here. I'll let the silence hang.
Right. Air Marshal Hastings. I know in my old life I dreamt of flying. I spent my time around airships as often as I could. To be able to be on the Whisper with this group has been a dream come true. So if you do need my assistance, for whatever reason, you have it.
Thank you, Everston. Thank you.
And there's a knock on the door with a guard outside it like we just talked about. And I will take us across to the room. One by one, Voss, you see your friends walk through the door. When they cross the threshold, you can no longer see them. It is simply a table in that room, the screen, and that is it. A few moments later, the door is shut. When that happens, you see the four men down the hall make their way towards you. Cross the velvet line they're not supposed to cross.
Okay.
They get near you. The man, they all at once reach into their coats. All at once pull out a flute. And a sand trail follows.
Oh, God damn it.
I need initiative between me and you.
God fucking.
And I'm also going to put us over to the room inside while he has decided to stay outside. So.
Am I using perception for this or something else?
Arcane. 100%.
Arcane?
Yep, because this is you knowing what they are.
Okay, 20, where I'm at.
All right. Let me zoom out. Inside the room, I've already put your tokens. The table has where those squares are. They're actually holes in the floor or in the table. Each one of those has like a gem lining on the inside of the frame. Let me take us to the big map here. And the person on the south of the table is Oliver's mother in her current regalia. The gentleman on the other side is an older man, hair cut short. He's wearing that red and gold, but the bottom half of him is like a series of moving stars and sparks. You see his legs, but it's kind of orbiting around his lower half, like he's protruding out of this starry sky. Things in this setting usually are not this magical. These things are things that are rare, and because of that, everyone in the room, short of Oliver, needs to make me a will save.
Oh shit, I almost forgot we rolled dice with this game.
I would recommend, if you think your die is low, to use a hero point.
I got 25.
Okay.
I need to use a hero point, but the reroll gives me a 28.
Okay. You needed a 25.
Oh.
Outside, I need Voss, who lost initiative, to roll a will save.
It's a 24.
Would you like to spend a hero point?
Both times that I've done that so far, I've rolled the exact same goddamn thing.
It can't happen
I don't
three
know
times,
that,
right?
It's your game. Of course it can. I rolled a 13 on the die.
Okay.
Risky. That's like hitting on 17.
Right?
18? What was I going to say?
Where did I go? Damn it.
Come on, man. My pen is bleeding through for me to mark off the hero point.
Yeah, fuck it.
Oh, I didn't mean to go to 3 cam. I apologize. It should be this map. All right.
$17.
You needed a 25.
Uh,
So as they pull it up and play in unison, the four of them, as you're slowly beginning to hit the ground, you see two of them go to the door, start playing something, and you see magical hands start trying to undo the magic, holding the door shut into the meeting room. Another one comes over to you and grabs your feet, and the other one grabs your shoulders, and they pick you up as you pass out. Moments later, you wake up. You're in a solid darkness. The floor is covered in sand with like this iridescent sparkle to it. Sitting in front of you, down like on one knee, is one of the men looking back at you. Skin is pale. His face seems to constantly shift, so you can never really see who he is. Voss Calcor, Vulg to the material. I am one of the Sandmen of the courts. I've been asked to bring anyone in who knows about the events of today. Don't worry, we don't wish to kill you. This slumber will be temporary. You can ask me any questions. I will answer whatever you wish. But when it is over, you will awake and you will forget. Consider yourself lucky that we are not hired to kill you. Your friends, on the other hand, I cannot promise the same.
Do I have my staff?
Not. It was in your hand, so yeah. They didn't take it from you.
Okay. Okay. But like,
when you move it,
me again.
like, are you moving it around? Like, do you set it in front of you or do anything?
I'm like, am I sitting in a chair? Am I like
sitting in a
propping
chair?
myself up?
Sitting in a chair, not even tied up, but I do need a perception check when you're holding your staff. Like when you look at it and you look around the room.
It's only a 16.
He's there. You do feel the warmth. But his light is hitting something just outside the shadow and reflecting back into the room, almost like you're inside of glass. And I'm going to cut from you to the inside of the room.
Okay, gotcha.
So inside of the room, you guys can pick whatever side of the table you want to sit on. You do not see the investigator in the room anywhere. You just see the man on the other side.
Oliver takes his mother's immediate right.
All right. She smiles when you decide to sit next to her. So put yourselves in the room wherever you want. Voss, if you would like to take yourself out of that room since you decided not to join them, just set yourself off to the side somewhere. I don't care where, just off the wooden floor because that's the shape of the room. Yeah, perfect. The man looks up and says, well, Lavender, here we are again, discussing the same thing we have been discussing for the last 60 years. She says, yeah, we are. But this time it'll be short. The treaty is on the table. You know what you need to sign. The rest of the courts are watching, and they have their marks ready if they agree with us. And when you guys look around the room behind you, there are almost like ghostly images of other fey creatures standing behind all of the seats that you have taken. She goes, yes, the court is here. This argument has been going on for far too long. A treaty must be struck specifically since the dragon is awakening. So, what will it be, Midnight? What are we doing? Well, I see you brought assistants. I have assistants as well. They are not visible right now, but know that notes are being taken. I will not be deceived again like last time. You will not win 200-year treaty. No, 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 no. We decide this today. She goes, you signed on the dotted line, man. You signed right there. And she taps the table, and this paper unfolds that goes from her side of the table to his side of the table. And when it unrolls, boom, the camera would show his signature on the bottom of this treaty. 200 years. This is my son, Oliver Hastings, and two of his compatriots, Miss Nora Tenwick, and I believe he just goes by Everston. They are here to bear witness and for my protection. Since I am no longer in the Fey Courts, and I am currently part of the material as a noble, I must have people in the material to witness the signature. Quickly, you guys realize that you were here to not just take part, but probably to sign this document as well, as representatives of the material. And along the edge of the paper going around this large scroll, you see different areas for signatures, and there are printed versions of your names on it, and Voss's is crossed off. My son did not make a mistake. My son delivered the keeper back to her body in hopes that she would take the tides with her. You and the nightmares that are the Midnight Court believe that this dragon will do nothing more than attack the material and then wage war upon the Fey realms. We do not believe that as the Summer Court. We think it'll stay in its dark, damp, eerie home that it is a part of. So, today's signature is for the treaty to be another 200 years. No sun, no midnight, no war between. Peace again for 200 years. He's like, that's not happening. We are going to war. Your son caused war.
Should have taken the money.
Exactly. Can I hear the case being laid out against Captain Hastings?
Oh, by all means. You have as much time as you want in here. And as you look down, like, that scroll has got, like, the documented history of the whole thing. You're welcome to get up, look over it, research it, do whatever you want.
That's what I'm going to do.
Everston, I need a perception check for you, Everston.
I'm setting this as my investigation. I pursue a lead.
All right.
I will figure out what the hell is in this treaty and contract and see if there's any discrepancies between what has been written there versus what we actually did.
Okay. And this is not going to be a lot of rolls, everybody. This is going to be pretty quick because they basically set all this shit up just to have people come in for the signing.
19, for my perception.
So your shadow is behind Midnight, and he comes up out of the starlit sky, and the shadow gets larger, and you see two huge hands come out from behind him. Nora, what did you get on your check?
Can I use legal lore since I'm
Yes,
basically like doing a contract?
Absolutely. Right. I've already started the chart over here for successful rolls.
I got a 33.
That is a crit.
I got a 19 on the die. And with the
crit.
investigation, that's a plus 14. So yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
So the first legal check, Nora gets 2. The mother has already gotten 2. Oliver, standing next to him, you see her looking over it, and you see your name numerous times repeated. The Whisper did this. They found this. They did this. And it recants the tale of you all as a crew finding the Gorgon's cave, finding the dragon and the keeper of the tides, promising to deliver her back, and it recants the whole thing. And eyewitness for each one is would be which one of the twins? Not Penelope, but the other one. Petunia. On each one of them, signed next to it over and over. Eyewitness Petunia. Eyewitness Petunia. Eyewitness Petunia. Nora, what it looks like has happened is because Oliver is a descendant of the Summer Courts, they are calling it a break in the treaty because he is nobility and has delivered the dragon back, or the Lady of the Tides back to her body. And the treaty specifically says that none shall look, find, or deliver the soul to the body. And it's a treaty between both of them. Now you can tell on the wording, both sides want it, but they both want it for their side. It's like weapon of mass destruction, my weapon of mass destruction. Okay, nobody's going to have nukes. Like that would be the essential version of what this boils down to.
Basically like Russia saying, we'll get rid of our nukes if you get rid of your nukes.
You got it.
Kinda. Okay, as I'm looking at this, and I guess this would be like another check.
Mm-hmm.
Does it say that the person who does this, they have to be aware of the fact that they're part of the courts?
Nope.
Okay, because I'm trying to look for any legalities that would get Oliver off the hook, because if he didn't know until essentially today that he was actually a part of the Summer Court, this might not apply to him.
Give me another check then.
Okay.
And while you're doing that, Everston, the shadow behind, hands are here. It looks directly to you, and it goes like this.
So while Bennett's like trying to snap some necks, I got a 28 on my other legal check.
Not a crit, but a success. The thing you could point out that would make the most sense is Oliver has never been to the courts.
Okay.
Meaning he was born on mortal soil, meaning that if he wanted to claim and renounce his nobility in the courts, it wouldn't count. And then the argument could then go back to why the treaty needs to be in place, taking Oliver off the table. Now, I'm going to let you three discuss this in chat together, wherever you want to discuss it, Discord, whatever, Everston, is you're all talking in the room, because I want to go back and cut to Voss being inside of a human-sized hourglass. As sand is slowly trickling down along the walls and on you, getting in your feathers. The Sandman says, if you have questions, we have time. What can I answer for you, good Volg?
Well, mate, first of all, why are you here? Who hired you?
The courts, specifically.
The courts as a whole? So the Summer Court knows you're here taking people out to ask questions.
Well, we were each hired by different courts, but the Sandmen worked together until, the moments need to be done. I was hired by the summer court to make sure that all of the friends of Oliver were safe. You did not go in, so I brought you here. The other gentleman is there to make sure that you were all captured. Me bringing you here takes that one step closer for him as well. The other two, well, they are not there to make friends.
I see. So you're working for the summer court.
Correct.
The other bloke working for the winter court?
The fall court.
Fall, I see. So the other ones are spring and winter, or the one of them day and night?
Well, one of them is not for the winter court. The winter court is no longer allowed to use us as assassins.
Really? How does that work?
They used us for regicide, and that is illegal.
Regicide.
Oh, we killed both the king and queen of the summer court.
Oh, Regent, got it. Regicide. Patricide, matricide. I'll get
yes,
it.
Correct.
Right, so that's that then.
Unfortunately, they failed because one of them is sitting in that room. That'll be a great conversation when we get back to the hourglass.
I see. So, all right, so let me get this straight. I'm here for my safety because of you. But now I'm also here that the other Sandmen can have me captured.
Correct. Once the time runs out, which means the meeting is over, my goal is to get you out of here as swiftly as possible and to a safe location.
I see.
If you have a destination you think is safe, I could take you there.
At this point, mate, it's going to be wherever my compatriots end up.
Oh, they are not going to be safe.
Right. Well, unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to forego safety to make sure they're safe.
That is not your decision. Well, you can think about that. I will cut back to the room between the three that have been chatting. You know that you could probably get Oliver off, Nora.
Okay.
Everston, Bennett looks like he's going to kill Midnight, the head of, or at least the representative of the Court of the Night.
Yeah, let's not let that happen.
Oliver, you just heard a bunch of stuff at once. What is the group deciding to do inside for their, I would say, either asking to speak to her privately, saying it out loud, however you want to approach this. Right now, you are at 5 of 8 to successfully be able to turn this back on the Night Court and the treaty being written in the Summer Courts.
Nora would go with the honest route in being like, forgive me for my ignorance. This is the first case in either life that I can remember having to deal with a situation like this. Is it possible to have private counsel with Mrs. Hastings, or would I have to discuss this in public with everybody else? I don't wish to break etiquette.
I could leave, giving you the room for a few moments.
I look to Oliver's mother, like.
Lavender goes, I would absolutely love for you to crawl back into your dark hole. Leave. And he back into the night sky that's floating where the chair is. And everyone now can see Bennett standing there, big toad-like structure with 2 hands getting ready to kill this man. And he goes back into human form when he goes back into the starlit sky. And he slides back next to Everston.
I'm going to pretend like I didn't see that happen.
Okay.
And I'm going to turn to Mrs. Hastings and say,
put a pin in that.
Yeah, we're going to put a pin in that.
I was hoping somebody would learn Croak.
I'm working on it.
I think the reason I want to discuss this with you is I'm not sure what the blowback would be for you or for Oliver, but if he were to renounce his link to the summer courts and claim mortality on the material plane, then he is technically not beholden to this treaty, because if he's not a part of the courts, there's no way he could have broken it. The treaty says none shall look, find, or deliver the soul to the body, but he's never been to the courts from my understanding and from his understanding. Therefore, if he no longer has that link, he's not bound to this. Then he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't break anything.
She smiles and she goes, and that is the reason that I have you and Everston here. If he is to denounce himself, I cannot do that. It has to be two mortals claiming him as their own. Not like family, but as the material claiming him. And you have a person of body and soul, and a soul that counts as two representatives according to the Fey courts. And I know specifically to the investigator on the other side, since he deals in ancestry, we can use that to our advantage. I didn't hire you because you're friends with Oliver. I hired you because, or asked you to help, because you're good at it. Everston, she nods back. She says, Everston, can you please tell your shadow to wait to kill him until the treaty's signed? I did not hire him to do it now. I hired him to do it at the end.
What?
Nora just takes us all in, because you know what? It's kind of like working with the Wraithmores. She just lets it ride.
Mother, I have a question for you.
Yes, Oliver?
You gave me the ship.
I did.
You sent
It
me
is
on
still
this
yours.
journey to Merrifield.
I did.
Part of me wonders if you knew what was on board the ship. Part of me wonders if perhaps...
What do you mean by that? Your brother? Yes, of course I knew your brother was attached to the ship. You did too.
Mother, did you know that I would deliver this aspect of the Keeper of the Tides back to it, so that you could leverage my being of both worlds as a loophole in favor of the Summer Court?
And she looks at you as you're like making eye contact. What's your perception bonus, Oliver?
So many tabs. 9.
Give me a perception check, because there's a chance you could see this. A chance.
Not a high one, but a chance.
Saying there's a chance.
There's a decent chance.
I'll use a hero point.
Okay, I will mark that you've used another hero point.
Another?
Yeah, you've used one earlier. You're on 2.
He probably refreshed it intermission, didn't he?
I know, but I'm just tallying them all.
Oh.
I have 3 for Voss, 2 for Nora, 2 for Oliver.
What do I use the hero point
1
on?
for Everston, I believe, because you did one on the will save, right?
Right.
27.
Ooh. So her look softens for like a moment. And that mom, that disciplinary mom, loving but disciplinary mom, it fades for a second. She goes, Oliver, I sent you to be safe. I knew you being near that meant that the other courts could not be. There's a lot to speak about. You have friends that are here. I will be happy to tell you everything that you wish to know, since we are now at that junction in your life. But trust me when I say I wish you no harm. And I wished your brother no harm either, even though that is not what I think you've come to believe. There's a lot more going on than you know. And I've left you out of it to keep you safe. You being close to the source of the tides means that they could not be. You're not just the summer court. Remember, you're my child, and I want you safe. So, I did what I had to do. Send you away from myself. It's why you were an air marshal. It's why you're in Merrifield. So please just do the right thing and denounce being a part of the summer courts. It has served you no good. And if you are no longer a part of it, it can never bother you again. You guys hear a click at the door.
I like tighten up my gloves. I'm like, Oliver, I think your time frame for making that decision is running short.
When that click happens, the man comes back out of the shadow. Unless there's anything else Nora wanted to say to the mom.
No, it was basically that was it. Like, let's. if
She agrees
Oliver's
with you.
Let's do it.
Nora would be like, so you seen anybody?
So midnight, you're like, there's no problem with kids on my end. You don't have to have any. So as the stars flash, the man comes back out. You see Bennett's head slowly turn. And he goes, well, are you done convening with each other? Can we get this over with? We have a lot to do in reclaiming our long-lost child. She's like, hold up a minute. And the door clicks again. And she looks back this time when it clicks, because I rolled a 2. She goes, do you have company? He's like, no, I have no company. Do you? She's like, no, my company is in the room.
Can I see if he's lying?
Absolutely. Give me a roll. Everybody in the room can make a roll for that if you want. And while you're rolling for that, Voss, I will cut back to you as we get close to the end of our night. The Sandman kind of paces around you, and the sand's getting deep. It's like up to your shins.
I'll go ahead and stand up.
Okay.
So that I'm on top of the sand.
Stand up. You can actually touch the top of the glass when you stand up. Not a lot of space. He goes, don't worry, we won't be crushed. I will leave here with you before that happens. This is just a small space in which we are safe.
All right. I think I would feel safer elsewhere than here.
You cannot
Especially,
die in here. Time has stopped. Well, slowed to a example. And he walks over to you, and he's like, do you mind? And he has like a small, tiny little finger razor.
Like, yes, I do mind.
Well, you can do it to yourself if you like. Poke yourself. You don't no blood. Just poke yourself. And he has like this grin that goes like ear to ear.
Like, no, I think I'll keep my blood in my body in here. Thank you.
No. You don't have to pinch yourself then.
Give myself a pinch.
Don't feel it.
Oh, I'm asleep.
The other arm, one that's not metal.
The one that's not metal. Just punch yourself in the face with your brand new metal arm.
Correct. You're in deep slumber. So, you're safe here.
Can I make another will save to wake up?
Absolutely.
$20.
Would you like to spend a hero point?
God damn it. Yeah. 1 left. Rolled a 1.
Cool. You needed a 20. So you start to wake up, and he puts his hand on your head, and in his other hand he goes and blows more sand on you. And you zonk out again, and it feels like falling, and you hit the sand, and you wake back up inside the hourglass, and the hourglass is full of this blue sand now. Please don't do that. I don't want to push you further into deeper slumber. It gets harder to wake people up when they're too deep in the trance. Just trust me. And when you look up, you see his black and blue striped socks and his pants that are like up to his knees. And his socks go up to there. And he's leaning over top of you and he goes, I am not your enemy. Just wait it out with me. Be calm. And then I'll cut back to the group inside. What did you guys get for your
Having a
checks?
bad trip, man.
I got
Damn
a 20. I got 24 perception.
Okay. Oliver.
I got an 11.
Okay. Everston.
29.
You and Bennett look at each other. Bennett looks at you and goes, danger. And he slides to the door, like to the opposite side of the wall.
What do you say, danger?
Yep.
This isn't going
Doors
to be good.
crack, and they start to open, and sand starts to flow into the room. Immediately, you see Midnight start to dip away. You see her dive under the table, the mother. I need the other people to give me a will save as the sand blows into the room.
Is
Did
this
she dive under as a reaction to hearing the door open, or was it more like a planned thing?
Give me a sense motive. That's a very good question.
20.
She dove as a reaction. He definitely was leaving before the door opened.
Right.
do I have to make the will save because it's like breathing it in?
It is slumber. It is sleep. Oh, you don't breathe.
You don't
Yeah.
sleep.
Fuck you. You don't sleep. God damn it.
Oh,
God
dude.
damn
it's
it.
Everston.
Oh,
Neither does Everston.
Everston. So like everybody else is like, do
Wrecking train.
I'm like, Everston, close the door. Bennett, stop midnight. And then I'm like, go like get ready to start fighting.
you guys see Oliver. Well, it looks like he's going to dive under the table, but he just starts to do a faced plant.
Must have been a hero point.
I sure, yeah, if you want to, absolutely.
'Cause I don't want Oliver.
This
to
is the
face
real
plant.
reason she asked us to be in here. Like, you guys are good, but also you don't need to sleep.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. I didn't think about that, but that's really true. When your NPCs are smarter than the GM.
22.
22, you needed a 20. So you start to fall, you catch yourself, you feel yourself shrug it off because you haven't denounced the court yet. I need Everston, who noticed the sense motive, to give me his first action before anyone gets to go. I'm going to put you and Bennett at the top of the initiative order because you won that. What would you like to do, and who's getting shot?
Oh.
The doors open. You see two men dressed in the same garb, but one has he has white and light blue socks. I got that wrong. The one who's with you has he has sun yellow and orange. This guy has white and light blue, and then the other one has like two tones of brown as they move into the room. And then midnight is going away, and you say, "Bennett, get him."
That's what I said.
Bennett goes before midnight.
Like, I feel like as we see this shit going down, like Nora just puts it all together again, and Everston and Bennett are like way ahead of her.
Everston, to end tonight, I will give you your first shot, just like we did in like episode 3, when we ended it, and you think shot somebody as the end of our episode. Because next session, it's going to be some combat.
I'm going to, I guess, the first one through the door, or if there's.
Well, the
if
doors
they're
are
both
open. You
stepping
can
through at the
see
same
both
time.
of them stepping through. It's wide enough for you. It's
then-
wide enough for two.
Eeny, meeny, miny, the one on the right.
Are
So
you
is-
gonna spend a ever-ready arsenal in the flak cannon?
Is Bennett going after
Yes.
midnight, or is Everston?
Bennett's going before midnight.
Okay.
I beat him by 3. You're going to use a magical arsenal? What would you like to use?
I mean, you might as well, because I donated at least 1 or 2 uniques.
He's got plenty. I put him in the chat.
Yeah, I got him here. I think I've got so many. Let's burn a couple uniques.
Yes.
Okay, so you load up
That's what I have the most of.
You load up 2 uniques.
I played so many use those damn cannons.
Give me your roll. I'm probably going to get leveled.
Double check my bonus here.
Bennett is going to slide across the table like a shadow. All right, this is going to be a pivotal roll if he catches midnight.
25.
Well, that'll definitely hit them. Give me your damage.
I don't know what the uniques do. Again, was it a D8 we did last time?
Oh, you don't know what the unique damage type is, you mean?
Right.
Here, I will pull that up for you right now. I thought you had the cards. I will send you the copies of the cards so you have them. But I can pull it up right now. You said you did uniques? Mm-hmm. Unique. The unique does... Making me dig through my own shit. Have a ready... Unique.
Monkey at the zoo.
I got it.
You just shoot another
unique improved weapon damage to an elemental type you pick. You roll, actually. You roll the elemental type. So I need a d6.
5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They do cold damage.
All right.
And it ups your damage by 1 die type, remember. Anytime you use these. Your damage that would normally happen from the gun now goes up by 1.
I still don't know the damage with the gun. I only use it like the
flat
last
cannon's
time
the same as the
played
shotgun.
when it was brand new.
Same as
yeah,
shotgun.
It's shotgun.
Yep.
So that was a D8, right?
So D8 goes D10. Correct.
All right.
I'm just saying that he fired off a mini fridge from his arm.
It's not a mini fridge.
Okay. So it's 2 dice normally, but now that we're doing the arsenal, it upped it to 2d10 instead of 2d8, right? It's not adding dice.
You got it. Okay. You're upping the die type. All right, I got this roll.
11 on the dice. And then do they add a die of elemental damage, or is it just all that elemental damage?
No, it adds the dice of elemental damage, just like if you had the rune on your weapon.
So D6s.
Yep.
It's one D6 because it's 2 items, or 2D6 because it's 2 items?
2d6 because it's 2 items.
All right. It's all still new to me.
No, it's okay. You play with your new toy, Everston.
So 11 plus another 8 cold.
You fired off a mini fridge and a cooler.
19 damage. And
It's a Yeti.
When it hits, you see it hit one of their shoulders, and it dissipates into the sand and freezes and hits the ground. I took an extra
Cold's the way to go.
30 points of damage.
Cold.
I was hoping you'd roll
Cold
fire.
works.
Boom. Bennett dives across the table, slides. But as he's doing it, Oliver, you see Bennett reach for you to grab you. Do you allow him to or not?
He's been acting.
He said I was danger. Why would I allow him to grab me?
Okay.
Oh, dude.
You just broke Kelly.
I can see why, but
No? Is your final answer no?
Give me a second.
Okay, Nora, what are you doing?
I'm going to use my new racial ability.
Oh shit. I forgot you upgraded your ancestry.
I picked up Illumination.
Okay, girl. I see you.
Oliver's gonna get got.
Like, I think Oliver's like hesitating, and then he just sees like Nora puts up her hands, and like the sleeves fall down, and you just see shards of stained glass pushing through, and then you see more shards of stained glass pushing through her throat and like her forehead.
Oh God. How much does this do? What do you do?
You didn't give a damage value. You just
It's
said,
daylight, the spell, right?
You can redirect light into a beam of pure daylight, granting vision out to 100 feet, and can be used to ignite flammable objects with 2 actions.
Oh, so are you doing the 2-action version?
Yes.
I need you to give me 10d6 against it. Oh, no. Sorry. I lied. It's 5d6. I take extra damage because it's fire. Or light. I'm so fucked. I'm assuming you're not shooting Bennett. You're shooting Midnight?
Midnight.
Okay, just making sure. Please don't miss. Please don't hit Bennett. Please don't hit the shadow.
So I roll to hit?
Roll to hit. Yep, same as normal. You'd be considered whatever it would be for using a racial ability. So what? Expert? Is that what you'd be at that point? Aren't all racial abilities
class DC?
Yeah, it'd be like it's like spell attack. Same way as spell attack would work.
And this is not the thing that she used last time.
No, I know.
Completely. I mean, for the guys, when like they're looking, they're like, "What is she doing?"
Yeah, it looks like glimmering light that would come through a stained glass window.
So you're telling me that Nora's basically a Venusaur using solar beam?
I never said that. I don't even no.
Spending a hero point on that.
Okay.
I don't want to hit that.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go with that.
I got a 26.
That's my head.
26 hits.
Okay.
5d6, and I take extra damage. I will mark that Midnight is also getting shot.
So, 10.
Vines, plants, sun powers.
I got 20 points.
Plus my extra damage. You hit him, and it burns a hole through him. It's like daylight hitting shadow, and it rips away. Bennett slides underneath, reaching for Oliver. Do you say no or yes?
No, yeah, Oliver gets got. I rolled the mobile save. Good.
You're good with him taking you? All right.
Yeah.
So he slides Oliver across the table and throws him into Midnight.
As he throws Oliver to Midnight, for the first time, Oliver draws attention to the sword at his hip, and his hand falls around the fang of what might have been a dragon.
Yep. I need a roll to hit. I think we'll close with that.
Yeah, forget guns. Dragon swords, hello.
Yeah, put that in the flat cannon.
One shot, but he'll never forget it.
So this rich purple blade gets drawn from its sheath in one blow as he swings it at this motherfucker.
Let me know if you're spending that hero point, because you're stalling right now. I'm assuming you are.
That's my last hero point.
Yeah, for tonight, we're ending anyway.
I do want to be dramatic with this blow. I'm going to spend a hero point.
Peer pressure.
20, 30 on the dot.
Oh, that is with my assist a crit. And we'll pause there. For the crit will begin next week, or in 2 weeks. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Combat is going to be real next week. We're going to get into the thick of it. And now that I am ending, I can tell everybody what we're dealing with. You are fighting the Prince of the Court of Night with the Prince of the Court of the Sun, with the mother there hiding under the table, an assassin demon hired by that Court of the Sun.
Wait, did you say Prince of the Court of the Sun?
Yeah, that's you, dumbass.
You have the Queen, who has been exiled under the table, getting ready to assist. Voss in fucking Wonderland, taking a goddamn dirt nap. And Everston apparently launching like broken frost wands and shooting the arm off of a Sandman. Now, I will warn everybody, Sandman are the worst thing to fight. They are assassins, and they are pretty powerful by themselves. Together, it's really bad. I will tell you, they are a creature who has infinite reactions.
I will say that almost every fight, for those watching that aren't in the know, almost every fight, he says they are the worst thing to fight. But usually he's right.
Yeah, it's at the level. It's level specific.
It's made to kick our butts, no problem.
Nothing like killing a bunch of people of the courts, everybody. I'm super excited. I can't wait. I was hoping we get to this combat tonight, but the setup was too good for me to like shove it forward. The setup tonight was too good. Too good. So thank you everybody for joining us tonight. No one died. I have a feeling our Discord is full of memes, is what it sounds like. Those who are watching for the first time, down below this video, join our Discord. We play games together all the time. We play in GTFO. We play Project Winter. We play a lot of Phasmophobia. On Friday nights, the opposite Friday nights, do a community night where we play games together. But this Friday, I will be doing the Merrifield build stream. So all these cards that people have been playing get added in for that. Join me on Friday. All of the schedule is down below as well. And tomorrow, if you're a Cyberpunk fan, you can come help me on Norse Foundry's Twitch build the third mission for Monday, which our very own Oliver will be playing a character he played for years. I can't wait to watch his Russian accent fuck everybody up, and they all slip into it. I'm just calling it now.
It's going to be so good to put on that hat again.
So thank you to all the new people. Thank you to the follows. We're at 346 of 500. Do not forget to spend your soul points at the bottom. We have an option to upgrade the Whisper. I don't know if anyone saw that, but I added a new soul point option. So spend your soul points. They're basically they're the channel points. And you can spend those and upgrade the Whisper because the Whisper was wrecked and needs to be repaired. Anything else going on with anyone as we close out tonight before I give our thanks to all of our fucking awesome sponsors?
So I'm trying to donate points to upgrade the Whisper, but I think I need 10K total on my end to do it.
Yeah, that's what it's saying for me too.
Oh, did they do that?
Yeah.
Well, I will fix it right now. You're not supposed to need 10K. I'm an asshole. That's not what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be the total. The cost is not right. It should be the required amount. I will fix it. I will fix it now. Everybody else do your sign-outs. Drew, what do you got going on as I fix this?
Right now, Erik mentioned it. Come watch Fenrir Rising. We've got one more show this month on Monday. Yeah. And then after that, the first Monday of February is going to be community night. So come play games with us then, and then just catch the show the rest of the Mondays because it's the second, third, and fourth Monday of the month. This show. If you like podcasts, go check out Demon Days with a Z. Everybody plays Tieflings. It's rated M for mature, kind of like this show. What else? If you need voiceover, hit me up because I'm working from home, so I can do that. And if you have a beard or love someone who does, use Strength 24 at checkout to save yourself 15% off at thebeardstruggle.com. Great products. I use it myself.
Oliver, you got anything new? I'll fix it. Don't worry about it. I won't end the stream. I'll put us on the go out and I'll activate it. I don't know why I did that. It's supposed to be a community challenge. And the community challenge stopped.
I ain't got nothing.
You got nothing? You moved. That's what happened.
Yep,
you did move.
Yep.
Todd, you got any new artwork coming out? Anything new?
I have things in the works, but nothing to announce. I last year and the year before, I hit kind of like an art slump, and I didn't want to make anything. I think I produced like 4 things on Instagram that I shared. It was abysmal. So this year, I've decided at least once a week, if not more, I'll post some art to my Instagram, which is just at Todd Westcot.
Nice.
Haven't checked me out. I draw weird and strange things.
I actually offered up an art challenge to you and Kelly again, as well, along with everybody else that would want, because I did. I'll have to link it, but I did a pizza box TikTok. I'll link it for you. I'll put it in the Discord so you guys can see it.
Yeah,
I'm not
my back
TikTok savvy.
My back was killing me, and I was dead. So
she's been laid up.
I know. Sorry, you're always hurting, Kelly.
It just pressed me for these sessions with Oliver.
Oh my god! It's the be in character. It's the be in character.
It's the brain pain here that distracts her from the back pain.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Hilarious.
As for what I've got going on, all I do is I just exist to roast Oliver. That's it. Haven't really felt it. Been kind of in a slump like Todd. I'm mad about my back being out because I actually got a monitor arm for my tablet, and I was going to set that up along with the HDMI cable extenders and all that kind of good stuff, and then my back was just said no. I couldn't do anything fun this weekend, so I'm hoping when I'm feeling better I'll set that up and maybe get some inspiration, get my groove back again. But in the meantime, I am definitely here to just roast Alan every 2 weeks. I mean, be here every first and third Tuesday for Kelly roasting Alan.
So, with that said, we need to pick our next side quest, everybody, and it has to take place probably during the downtime, or it can take place during the downtime right after this combat. Whoever survives. Nora, are you going to go back to Merrifield and handle this new investigation?
Yeah, because I need to see what's in that what's in those two packages I got from Bathmore, and I need to see what Nevleen sent me, and I need to see what the Blue Demon sent me.
Demon sent you, yeah.
So with that said, everybody,
flare for your suspenders.
If you have not watched the side quests, they're at the YouTube link below. They're what we do the opposite week of the show. And they're a little like 1 to 2 hour piece where we kind of dive in, get into the thick of it, and really get into like backgrounds and deep background parts for the characters. This last one was a doozy. I don't know if it's as bad as the Oliver killing his brother one, but it's pretty good. But that's it for me, everybody. Thank you for joining us like always, man. I'm streaming 4 days a week now, which is fucking awesome. It's twice here, twice in the other one. Holy shit. I have another victim card.
I see you, Alan.
Wait for it.
Victims are real.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Is there more?
I have one, but I haven't played it yet.
You guys are you're just setting Nora up for the eventual, like, I've been trying so hard to not make her a serious killer.
Where did that come from? Is it Todd? Okay, everybody, that's it. No, I'm closing on that. That is amazing. I'm closing on that. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. That was outstanding. I will leave you with our intro. Start playing cards. I will put the intro up right now. We will see you in 2 weeks. And for those who want some Cyberpunk, I'll see you tomorrow over on Norse Foundry at 4:30 p.m. CST. Bye, everybody.
Peace. Later.
Bye. Great art, Sunburst.
Oh, God. I'll go to Discord and check it out. I'll see y'all in Discord.